organization and leadership. And that is what ATF want to offer to Ndonasi, leadership and organization. Yes, no?
Thank you. Max, you can
Okay, so you said that that data is available to prove that over somewhere around 70 to 72% of people in Rivers State speaks Igbo. And basically, he's talking about the importance of language, the importance of you going to Rivers State or being in Rivers State. And when you speak, the majority of people in Rivers State will hear what you're saying. And if you look at it, he's not far from the truth as it concerns such language. Because like the Ikwere, the Oyibo, the Obibo, inside Oyibo, then even the Obia, for a good number of them, majority of them understand Igbo, fact. And if you now jump down to the coastal area, you now get to Boni and Opobo. As factually, in Boni, the language of trade, the local language of trade, when the colonial masters were there before colonialism, was actually Igbo language, both in Boni and also in Opobo. So if you listen to what the fellow speaking was saying, yes, out of 10 Rivers people, on the average, over 6, 7 we understand Igbo fluently, and they will answer you without grumbling. So, and it's an important addition between we and the people that are in River State now that we should either find a way to utilize, but we're far away from it as it is now. So that's what he's saying. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Our biggest challenge. The reason is that if we have them united, everything will be difficult.
Just that.
So Biafra as a special advisor to Juku from 1967 to 1970 was sent on exile by JTSP. He died in 1973. His remains were buried at Ikoyi Cemetery for supporting Biafra. They've not returned it today. It's important.
That's so big now.
The biggest abandoned property in River State town property only. All property only a job. The Port Harcourt Polytechnic now, and I the chairman of the Polytechnic, what property Franco Bigo. His private secondary school called Niger Grammar School. He built it. He was the administrator for Yanagua province. After the war, they seized it from him as abandoned property. I have spoken a lot about Ikwere. The target was not Ndonasi. It was to completely destroy the unity of the East. Asare Dokobo is my personal friend. Man, I am on a detention. Asare Dokobo Wonyaba.
Okay, please.
Yes, stop.
Max.
So he moved forward to basically when the war started. If you remember, during the diplomatic period before the war itself, diplomatic period when the Nigerian side and the Biafran side was consulting with each other, holding meetings in Aburigana, even in Niamey, Niger, and so on and so forth. So what Biafra did then, it was an inclusive kind of government. So the likes of Opigo and even Kobara also at some point, Kobara is from Ogoni, at some point represented Biafra, in one of the diplomatic sittings when they were trying to find a way to see that the blood were not involved in the war. So Opigo himself was an Igbo of the Rivers area, and a very wealthy person, because he mentioned about various properties he had that eventually after the war, everything that government could lay hand on to punish the Igbo is allowed, no matter how. You would agree with me that seizing properties is even like a child's play compared to children that died in the war. So when they noticed that they had killed over 3 million children, it was gladdening to their hearts that seizing properties is a very small thing. So where the River State is it a university, having a polytechnic or university is situated today, is Opigo's personal property and so on like that. So it's a fact. I know about it today. Just like Jump Office, 23 Cooper Road in Ikoyi in Lagos here, belonged to Ojuku's father. Till today, it's still federal government property. They didn't get it back. A very massive compound that is more than 8 plots of land in Ikoyi. The property at some point was valued by an expert who kind of went there as if he wants to buy jam form. The period when jam form was sold in person, and valued it that and agreed that the property is around 4 billion naira. And if you put it in consideration today, the property is over 8 plots of land. You can imagine what just that one property
of Nigeria seized.
And the government of Nigeria took it. So, inclusive of what happened then, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was part of the multiple decrees that they brought out was decree number 46. Decree number 46 was evil, so much so that even if the only way you will read it and smile is if you are not human. Now, this is part of what the decree said. It is that anybody that was noticed that to have helped, advised, sympathize. Now, how can you measure sympathy? Because I can sympathize with you and nobody will know. So this decree gave free hand to the newly created Southeastern state and the River State to do as it pleases them on Igbos outside that area and inside that area. So it was a free fall for anything that belongs to the Igbo. And in fact, the earlier you keep quiet and disappear as though you are not one, the better for you, because that's most likely what will keep you alive. So this also contributed gradually when the Ikweres, when the Oyibo them, when a large part of Obiapo begin to claim that they are not Igbo, because that is the first step, not only to be safe, for the property you have to remain with you. Remember, in this period, it's not about number. It is about government who owns the gun and who has empowered you to deal with the people. So this were what happened that period, and that's what he's saying.
Aha nna ya wee di abalị. Aha asarịwo ụzọ dị mma. Masha hariwo onye ọchị ụgwa. Aha ya wee Beneme. Blix wo Okorie. Alabo Grand Douglas wo Koma. And David West wo Suawo. They are all Igbos. It was the war and the way the war ended. They were bound to deny their Igbo-ness because it was the only thing to be alive.
Please, Max, come in here. He made some.
Yes, yeah, Hisba. He basically, I didn't even know he said this. If you remember, I had even explained it. The way of life, and you remember, life means those who will be alive and remain alive and enjoy any other thing that life can throw at you, whether it's good or suffering. The way of life then is to deny that you are not Igbo. Once you accept, you know how it happened to the rest. So it was a fashion. It was an invoked thing for everybody to deny, the Igbos to deny their Igbo. Many of them changed name. You remember earlier on this room, I told you about Stella Damascus that changed her name. That wasn't her original Igbo name, because it happened also on the west of the Niger, the Igbo people on the other side. It's not our Igbo people on the Delta axis that faced it. The Igbo people on the close of the creek also faced it.
The Igbo name was Ojuku. Stella
you understand? So, you see, the earlier you know that both the British and the Fulani-led Nigerian government have never seen a people like Igbo people.
Because they have never seen a people who are taking what these people are taking, and yet they are still talking. It's not that you are even marginalized, that is their problem. They don't care about marginalization. Marginalization is a framework that they are ready to multiply, and they've always been multiplying it. Otherwise, it has never been as bad as Buhari. I want anybody to tell me if it has never been as bad as Buhari. It has never been as bad. But because of the law of multiplication and duplication, it brought Buhari, and Buhari is doing it. So what is their problem with people like you and me and any other person whose ancestral root is Igbo? Is that they have never seen a people who has taken what has been dished out to them, and yet they are still talking. The same thing was what surprised the British. At some point, they called King Jaja son of a bushman. How can you have such a diplomatic sense? Eventually, for the first time, not only that they betrayed Jaja, who is also from this area, as at that time, but an Igbo son from modern-day Imo State, or Lustroki, Dato local government. He was betrayed, taken to ship, and they used other non-Igbo Ijo Bonny-based and raised military, empowered them with high-caliber British gun to be at the position that they consider that when Jaja noticed that he's being kidnapped, King Jaja will most likely escape. So in trying to escape, he's going to see a superior gunboat that will either he loses his life inside the water or he obeys, which he saw, obeyed, and continued on the kidnapping. Eventually, when the news got to the Royal Majesty in England, there was a serious disagreement between the British colonel, military man who kidnapped Jojo, and the man told him, "Are you doing this because he's a black chief, a black king? How is it that you go to a man's place and you messed up the agreement you had with him?" Because the British at this point in time had signed a document Jojo sent to them about no matter how you intend to come to Nigeria and take over Nigeria and do whatever I want to do, my dynasty or my empire will not be touched. My dealings with my brothers in the hinterland will not be touched. At this point in time, Jojo had married many of his sisters from the hinterland, not only from the Ijo area. And his children also were involved in the trade. So it's easier for him to move up to even Enugu State and Imo State of modern day today and buy the whole palm oil. And because some people will tell you that Igbos are not united, they are the same people sowing this ideology. You are not Igbo, they are not united, they don't have leader, they don't have one voice. These are negativity that will put, if you don't fall for one, you fall for the other. History has it, unadulterated history has it, that no people has been united and respected each other as Igbo people. During the Ekumeku War, the Igbos of the West Niger were always, when they disappear, they find a way through the River Niger, move over to the west, return to the east. So these were part of also the reason, somebody said it here, why they had to push them to the other side. So till today, when you face the pains you face, remember the history has answered it. Be more dogged, be more rugged, be more cutthroat. We will conquer if we don't give up. Thank you.
Mas, please let me just put an input on what they did to Jaja. You remember during the war, at least 1968, 1969, Harold Wilson, the Prime Minister of Britain, told Ojukwu and Gowon to meet him in a British warship. And it's like Ojukwu knew what happened to Jaja, and he refused to go on that expedition to the warship. Maybe their plan then was to kidnap Ojukwu. You understand?
It has worked for them before. Harold Wilson came with the British HSS, either B5S or something, and he docked in the Lagoon of Lagos, which we know that Lagoon of Lagos is just a stone throw nautical mile. It's a Nigerian territory. He had with him Gowon and then invited Ojukwu. You know, in Biafra, Africa died by Emefiele Ezani. Ezani actually put it up and also quoted some foreign newspapers that supported that declaration. So that was it. You know, this takia is not common with the Fulani. The British also had takia. They are terrible liars. In fact, it's most likely that even the Fulani learned it from them because they started it even before they got to the fly. They get to know the Fulanis. So that's it.
Max, you know that thing with the sheep, right? The British did the same thing to the Obong. In the Calabar, they had 2 Obongs, and they did it to one of them. They took sides and kidnapped one of them. So that's the same thing.
That's the pattern. Is everywhere they've gone, they employed it in Lagos. They employed it in the Great Zimbabwe, the Great Lake region. The younger brother who accepted to convert to Christianity or to Christianity, as against the elder brother who is already, position of power. They empowered the younger brother with a more lethal weapon, whom himself now killed his elder brother, and they somehow became king, a puppet king. And not too long after that, the Great Zimbabwe, died a natural death, because they have a way of glorifying mediocrity, supporting what is evil, knowing that the obvious will be the same thing: chaos, confusion, and you will come to them for solution, which is what we are facing in Nigeria today.
Thank you. Let's continue, please. We also have other video clips to back this thing up. I love the fact that the
clip where they mentioned the names, and I thought Max was actually going to identify those names. Some names that got changed. Exactly. So just play it so that people would hear. Exactly.
Okay. Because in the video, he practically mentioned the important people on those Igbo axis in River, like Ansari, like what's this other popular political leader? Okay, if you want to play it again, yeah, they all changed their Igbo name.
The target was not Ndonashib, it was to completely destroy the unity of the East. Ndonele na no namba mmiripu ihe a n'ishi ha ụhụ ndị Igbo. Asari Dokubo is my personal friend. Mana ya nọ na detention. Asari Dokubo bụ onye Aba. Aha nna ya wee di Abalị. Aha Asari wụ Uzodimma.
It's by pause. So it says that Asari Dokubo is from Apam, and his father's name is Idi Abali, and Uzodimma, what's his name? Dokubo's Igbo name is Uzodimma. That's what it said there specifically.
So you are claiming Asari Dokubo George. So also go and trace. All of it.
As a matter of fact, Ansari, if you check it on Facebook, Ansari had declared that his real name is Uzodimma. It's not that this man is saying it. I've watched it. I just remember now. Just like also the lady that was also telling us the genealogy of the market days in Igbo land. Yes, what she read wasn't actually alien. I just remembered that I actually have a work here that detailed that. Easy to read, my brother. Most times when Nigeria has turned your small 1,000 naira to almost $1. Do you understand? So it's not easy. Asari, if you check it on Facebook, he has declared it by himself, like that his real name is Uzodimma, just remember, and that he is a Biafran, and that Biafran originated. He explained it how Biafran originated, which I knew he wasn't lying. So this man, like I say, history will always correspond.
Okay, stop. So Marshal Ari is only, his name is Ibeneme. Marshal Ari, his name is Ibeneme.
And he's from Oyo Chugwa.
Exactly.
It's a code.
Alabog and Douglas will come, and David West will swallow. They are all Igbos.
All these people are Igbos.
Yeah, so Isba, before you just continue, someone did mention something about the market days. So you see those market days, one way you know an Igbo community is through the market days. So the market days was instituted by the Ezenri at the time, and they represented deities, and these deities were at the center of trade, commerce, and the exchange of knowledge. And so that's why you had the AK, the Oye, the Afo, and the Kwa. You had those market days. They were instituted by the Ezenri. So those places where you see those 4 market days, it does tell you the extent of the Nri influence, the Nri Empire at the time.
They are all Igbos. It was the war and the way the war ended. They were bound to deny their Igbo-ness because it was the only thing to be alive. Ikwere si onye Igbo egbu oge. So we must be careful. We must do a detailed work. We can use the tragedy of the war and how it ended and what happened after to even unite as brothers with us. My great people, Unonyi Igbo Amobia. The father left Amobia in 1902 to live in Calabar. Okwaya was my great. That later married of them. We must carry out the detailed research about the Igbo.
This thing is too powerful. Igbo cuts across almost everybody, especially in this our. So that person that is coming from Ijo and this and that, shouting, I'm not Igbo, Igbo. When you look deep down, you see that somehow, some way, that person is connected or affiliated to this same Igbo.
Isba, please, Isba, let me say something. Yeah. It's like what I deduce from this speech. Most people from that Niger Delta that bear English name, English and the English surname, most of them, maybe their grandfathers were Igbo names, then they changed it because of fear of that civil war. Yes, because I heard when Kanu said, even this guy, this Calabar governor then, what is his name? This Anson Calabar governor then. He mentioned. Yes, he made mention of that the guy was when this guy was interviewing in this Delhi model. He made mention of that guy has an Igbo name, but they changed it after the war.
So all those guys from today, if you see anybody from this south that is bearing 2 English names and without their traditional name, know that there's every 90% chance that that person is Igbo. What is Donald Duke? What is Tom West? What is David Mark? Oh, sorry, I'm not even that. Even that David Mark cannot even add this. Who knows whether it's an Igbo in Benue or this one? But men, guys, wow.
As from the Ikwere, like Ndanyoma, we have come out of fear. That fear has ended. The reason is that when you deprive you political power, you pay dearly.
Okay, thank you. From that, I will go straight to these others. It made mention of the queries. Let us quickly take this video clip, then we now have people to speak.
Now, 2, the failure of the larger Igbo speaking group to really understand our distinctiveness and our culture and our tradition. It is very, very important that there is an understanding of the people who we are and our relationship in the Igbo Union. The failure of the larger Igbo group to respect our value system. I'll give you a typical example. I grew up to know that every person I talk with, they tell me, oh, we changed our name from Umu to Rumu. In my dictionary, even up to documents before the Civil War, we had our names. We had our names, our towns as Rumu. But people changed it and we're taking ownership of us. We will want all those to change. And the levity with which the larger Igbo-speaking group take issues that pertain to the Ikwere.
Okay, let me start.
Igbo speak.
Hold on, guys.
Good evening, everybody. I want to recognize His Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha. I doff my hat for you, sir. The PG Ohaneze Ndibo Chief Nayawodo, and Dr. I want to thank every one of us that have spoken very well. I want to talk on a little bit on integration of the Igbo nation. There are a lot that has to be done within the larger Igbo-speaking group. The minorities which I represent, my name is Andy Wabali. I'm an Ikwere. I'm from Ikwere. I'm from Isiopo in Ikwere local government. My people, we call ourselves the Uroha people. And our relationship, I want to dwell very much on our relationship and what the way forward that will go, since this is Hanese, yesterday, present, and in the future. I see myself very much as an Igbo man. But do you hear that? An Ikwere man, do you hear? He see himself very much as an Igbo man. Ethnic group in former River State. After Biafra, they marginalized us. We could not get federal appointment. We could not get a lot of things. I say it with here. The same thing they are saying. The same political destiny. Why a lot of them, denied their destiny. Please, if you are not seeing the hand raising, that means you're not following the club. Just follow the club, then you can come on. Where were my Igbo brothers? They alienated us. We want the new Ohanese to take seriously the integration of the Ikwere people. And we want a new thinking around who we are with you. I'll tell somebody, my name is Andy Wabali. The first thing the person will look at me, oh, he's changed his name. My grandfather's name was Eliko. It was changed because of our Igbo-ness. We did not argue with it, we changed it. It was changed. Nah, man. Guys, this Nigeria, myself, I think I know this Nigeria. Like, when you listen to some kind things, man, what's up now?
Isba, share the link on the profile. Have you shared it?
Yeah, now I just shared
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Isba, see, Isba,
No.
Isba.
Yeah.
If any Ikwere person tell you that it's not Igbo, tell them that there's a village community in Ikwere called Wumi Igbo. Ask them what's the meaning of Wumi Igbo there. If you're not Igbo, why is there the community in your place called
Nigerians did
Wumi
a
Igbo?
strong thing.
Wumi Igbo means children of
Imagine
Igbo.
my father now changing his name, like now start bearing a different guys. And you are hearing from the horse's mouth.
That is why when we see those people, you see like this man is speaking from an angle of somebody who understood what happened, who knew that it was wrong to happen. But again, everybody wants to remain alive. Isba, if you and I were in that guy's shoe, let me tell you, we will change name to remain alive. Otherwise, we and I will not be here speaking grammar to each other. So somehow, these people suffer though. I'm telling you the truth. There's so many of their own killed after the war, even during the war. Isaac Boro, Kensaro, they led a rebellious fight against anybody who allies with Igbo, who is Igbo in River. They killed many of them. It was this period that many of them changed. You have to remain alive. So most time, knowing what we now know and hearing it from the angle and perspective that we heard of it, adding with the emotion that the man was able to use to speak it, you understand that this is not a Tibozobo thing. We'll have to find a way to bring out the same passion this man is bringing and to convince some people. Except they have chosen they do not want to convince them, we can decently, not violently, decently either remove them in our midst or let them be and go on our own and start our own room. With time, you do remember that you do remember that in your primary school days or even your secondary school days, even in your university, all of you were not met. You understand? In my BA, I have a classmate who is a 3-star, an Igbo woman. She's already a 3-star, but she's doing a BA program with me in Unilag. You understand? Nobody even knew until the day one lecturer treated her the way she didn't like. And she looked at the lecturer and said, listen, I am a policewoman. I am a 3-star.
I just pretend some of the things you do, I can also afford to embarrass you, at least by enforcing public arrest of you. Then maybe your people can come and take you on bail, but by then I would have shown you my strength. You know? So, and all of us understand things from a different angle, and not even at the same speed. Not forgetting that there are those who has been paid or who is still getting paid to mess us up. It is based on our own intelligence and we dictate all that. But when we cite either misinformation or lack of information at all amongst our people, regardless of where they are from, we should be able to really inform them. Sincerely. Kobara was a royal family in, what's it called? What's this? Kensarawua's place? In Ogoni. Till today, it is just a remnant of the past. Nothing like good house, nothing like royal about it. It was only because of Biafran War. So when I actually said earlier on that the height of it was during the war, you have to actually deny Igbo to be able to make a living. It wasn't a lie. Because I put up 3 important books about Igbo political history. 3 or 4 important Igbo professors were saying the same thing. So how can you throw away such a correspondence historical fact? So that's it.
Just to add to what you were saying,
conversations are important.
To add to what Max just said, now,
sometimes
you need to understand that. Hello? Hisba, let me just to add to what Max was saying, yeah? We need to understand. You see, we don't understand the damage. You know what they call psychological warfare? It was waged on us, waged on our fathers. After first enduring defeat, now they were forced to either deny who they were to survive or die. That's exactly what has happened. And the impact is what we don't understand. That is why someone like, I think, what's his name? I think his name is Victor. When I keep telling him, see, if your brother is saying, I'm not Igbo, there is a reason. Cognitive dissonance. Their fathers had to raise their children in fear, telling them, deny you are Igbo. You are not Igbo. Because they needed their children to survive. It is those same children that have grown into adults and given birth to their own children and is passing along that same narrative of you are not Igbo so that you can survive in Nigeria. The impact is so deeply ingrained, it's cross-generational. We have a lot of work to do and we need patience, we need understanding, we need empathy. We need to be able to empathize with these people, no matter how provocative they become towards us. Because you have superior knowledge and you are more enlightened than them, you must endure their provocations until you win them over. There's a statement Marx made. See, history is written by the victors. And it is what they did to us. They tried to rewrite our history. And they tried to make our people deny who they were. And it was working. In fact, it was still working up until this period of reawakening. Because I know of people, Igbos, who bear, like you said, this Western name. You hear Tom John. You hear Donald Duke. All these are just tactics to mask away who they are so that they can thrive at least. They can thrive at most or survive at least within the context of the Nigerian state that wants to make us forget who we are so that they can finally, the final nail on the coffin would have been you forget your identity and when they kill you, no one will remember you. But thank God we are here now. We are having this conversation. So we need to begin to put ourselves in the shoes of the Ikwere man who is vehemently denying that he's Igbo, even though we know he's not. Because there is a reason. See, like it or not, you cannot disconnect what your father told you as a child. You cannot disconnect what your uncle, your father, your auntie, everybody around you told you this is the truth, even though they knew it was a lie, but they had to say it to survive. I'm saying this because we need to understand that these people who are denying who they are, it's not their fault. Beyond, and it's not just ignorance that will make them work. We need to fight in such a way that after putting out that information of, look, you are Igbo, this is the information, this is evidence, this is history. And we also need to find a way to draw them close. By these projects you talked about, I don't know how far you guys have discussed regarding the project. We need to begin to make inroads into these communities, letting them know that we are coming in because we recognize you are Igbo, and we are doing this for our Igbo brothers, especially those who are outside of the core states that are recognized as Igbo under the Nigerian arrangement. Everybody outside of it, we need to begin to reach out to them and begin to touch them in ways that impact their lives and make them understand that they have brothers far, far beyond them. It's very important because that is why I am so passionate about it. That's why I keep saying I'm not leaving any man behind. Even that man that says he is not Igbo, I won't leave you behind because I understand why. I understand why. Thank you. Let me just give
no, send that.
Very correct.
Please check your DM.
Isba, I think Isba, if you check YouTube, you will see. Isba, you hearing me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
You never reply your back channel.
Isba.
My back channel is on. I'm not seeing any messages. Oh.
I've sent this. But
no, you need to get used to understand how it works. In your back channel, there are two places. The message you reply and the ones you've not read at all. So click on the second one. All of us almost have sent you messages, but you never
Are you serious? Wow.
Yes.
Isba.
Click on request.
Isba.
Maybe I will have to send it and then you check again.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm seeing request.
Isba.
Yeah.
Isba, let me say something. Please, you check on YouTube. There's a video after the war when they were burning Ikwere people's house. Their neighbors, I think, I don't know, they burnt their houses. After the war, they burnt their. So I think this is one of the reasons they are denying Igbo. If you check on YouTube, it's there after the war. They burnt some of their houses and they drove them out of their houses.
Me too. I used to be a victim of that thing that if you say you are not Igbo, sometimes I can even attack you. So, but now I'm beginning to, see it from a different view, And that is why all these boys, these local boys, needs to sometimes come inside here, listen. Some of them become so jealous and whatever. You are the first person that enter Clubhouse and so when you see, superior intelligence, you just relax and learn. Because some of us have gone away with this thing. Why will you say you are not Igbo? Come on this and that and begin to attack you. Now we are beginning to see it that is just a survival means. And those things have been increased and clinched into them so bad that, oh, man. Wow. Let's continue, guys.
People that taught in my place, the missionaries up to the teachers that brought education came from Igbo for Central Igbo to my people. Anybody that answers Oho, you will change his name is changed to Ofo. And we never argued it. We want a place where we will be treated as one. Look, in 2017, I'll give you a typical example. In 2017, I was part of the delegation that went to visit Nnamdi Kanu in Kuje prison as an Igbo man from Rivers State. In Nsukomuna. By 2018, I was in that chat group. My name was missing out of there. I am an Ikwere man. I'm an Igbo man. My name is Andy Wabali. I cannot go and tell anybody the meaning. Nobody can tell me I will kill you today in Igbo language, in any part of Igbo language, without me knowing. But what has my people done for me? My great grandmother is an Igbo woman from Balaisochi. We all have our people there. But we are always distrusted when it comes to things that pertains to Igbo. It is
Kenike in Anokwia, thank God you just came in Anokwa, so that you learn. You know, you think you know it all. Most of the time, you are not Igbo, this and that, go, this and that. No, you need to come in and listen. Some of them have even the fear of integration. All those you attack them. Those are one of the reasons it continues to exist in them. They want to come back. Imagine
we didn't go anywhere. Don't say we want to come back. We did not go anywhere. We are Igbos. There's no going anywhere.
God is man. Kenike, go and see. I will use rope and tie you inside this room because you prefer always going to those other small boys' room where they will give you all the mic to speak.
Hisba, can I say something, please?
Okay, please go, my brother. This evening, even my ears. Me where they play this thing, sir, my ear don't fool, I swear. No be smart thing.
Good evening,
go
everyone.
on, my brother, Jared.
Hisba.
Yeah.
I think because I'm here in this room, it would be nice to tell us.
Okay, Mazi, okay, sorry, I'm using your this thing, I copied. In fact, I stole it from your this thing media.
No. You can't steal it. You can't steal it. It's there for everybody to use. I'm happy you've gone to Njenje Media to get that. Now that was a meeting I hosted that was on Ahaneze yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and I actually anchored that program. And since that, after
is it me or we're losing Mazi?
I guess we're losing him. I think he has network problem.
Yeah.
Mazi, you can't have network problem in Jesus' name.
Amen. Oh, amen.
This way. Mazi, please. Okay. We can.
Mazi, maybe you should come out, go out and come back.
Go out and come in.
Sorry. Is there?
I said we can't hear you, Mazi. Maybe go out and come back in.
Go out and come in immediately.
Okay, you should.
Mazi, can you go out and come in? Okay, enough. There are deeper things. Okay,
sorry, can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, go on, Mazi.
Okay. So, I don't know what the last thing you heard before.
No, just start afresh. You've not really said anything.
Okay. So, I said you talked about using the video and audio is there for everyone to use.
I think we've lost him again.
This your network again. Inquiry.
Sorry, can I chip in here?
Okay.
I also want to point out that you had people like Obi Wale. You see, when we talk about the Ikwere, it's a very touchy subject. You had people like Obi Wale. Obi Wale started with the Lechi Amadi at that point, after the Civil War. They were saying they were not Igbo. When they were showed Pepe in Old River State at that point, they showed them Pepe. Obi Wale did a somersault. He did a somersault. I'm going to send the article to Ishba, so Ishba will put it up. He did a somersault and said because they were fighting for the creation of Port Harcourt at that time, so they will remove Port Harcourt. They wanted only the Igbo-speaking part of Port Harcourt to be on their own and not be affiliated with the Okonis and the Jaws because they had shown them Pepe in Old River State. I know the one he died subsequently after that. Some say it's because of this and that. There are so many rumors surrounding them. But what I want to point out is that Obi-Wan first said he was Ikwere. Later, he now somersaulted. Later, now said, "Oh, I'm no more Ikwere again. I'm now Igbo." There are also a whole host of Ikwere songs. I'll get their names and talk when I'm speaking later. Who have held on to the fact that they are Igbo. Obi-Wale's son, Ihunwo Wani, is fighting for the reintegration of Ikwere back to the Igbo fold. He has this group. He's also, I think, he's also the deputy president of Ohanese. But I know he's part of Ohanese now, too. Obiwale Junior. So he is at the forefront of fighting for Ikwere to be brought back into the Igbo. So you have so many of them that have been.
Okay, please, Mazi, are you back? Thank you for that.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay,
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So what I was saying, obviously, I'm just basically saying that the audio used, I did anchor the program. I mean, I saw it, you took it from our platform. That's fine. That is there for everybody to use. Now, I said before that I have tried to reach Andy Wabali, after that event, but, obviously I haven't, for a while now because one got busy and carried away with other things. Now, I tried many times, a couple of times then to get him back to actually have a one-on-one with him where that thing he said will be explored. Now, and that's obviously I'll go back and see if that will happen. And there is other people that I have in mind of bringing, because this is something personally that interests me to also understand from other people's viewpoint what led to them taking certain decisions. There is something that I might say here that many of us, especially my fellow Ndigo, may not understand, but I would reserve that for victims to actually come up here and say it, because it's not all that, we say it's like, oh, people do things to us. We also do to people. For instance, if you will be shocked as Onyibo to understand the underlying reason why the abandoned property happened. Why did it not happen any other place? And why did it happen only in Rivers? But again, it's not a story that I'm willing to say on my own. It's a story I would want those that were actively involved, and I'm currently working on it, that once dates are fixed, these will be a live streamed program that people would actually sit down and listen. Because what is happening is there ought to be, and there must be, a lot of conversations between and amongst brothers and sisters across the divide. I would encourage any of you, please, go to Njenje Media today on YouTube. Listen to my one-on-one conversation. It's about 2 hours long with Cheta Wanze. Many of you on Twitter will know Cheta. He uses the checkster CHX like Xerox TA. That's his Twitter handle. If you listen to Cheta, my conversation with Cheta Wanze on this same issue, getting some historical perspective in terms of the Igbos of the West, in his words, and Igbos of the East. When you understand that, just opposing it to Asaba massacre, you will begin to understand what is actually happening in Nigeria. I will give us a snippet here. Have you ever thought about this? Delta State, Anioma to be precise, Asaba was not part of Biafra. That was Midwest. Pause a moment. Think about this. How come the people who were not part of Biafra, who were in the Midwest region, the only region that was created by plebiscite, the only region that was created by referendum, that was part of Nigeria. Yet, when the same, bear in mind here, because this is very critical, when the same people you are in the same country with, you call your countrymen and women, was heading to Biafra to stop the quote unquote, what they call the secessionists from leaving a country that you have pushed them out. On your way to getting to those you're calling secessionists, you stopped at Asaba. and did unimaginable things. When I say unimaginable things, you hear stories, you get nightmares. I've conducted interviews, some of them yet unpublished, but you kind of for 2 days you'll be hearing spirits in your brain because of the things you have heard, what the Nigerian army did in Asaba. Yet, these people were not part of Biafra. These people were on their own, part of Midwest. Then Osadebe, being the premier then. Now, ask yourself, why did that happen? It happened because whether they denied it afterwards, whether they accept it or not, it happened because they were Ndibo. They were Ndibo, the ancient people. That's why Nigeria happened to them. And when you think about it today, it still doesn't make sense. You ask yourself, these are your own people. Why are they across the river and being demarcated? Now, the identity crisis is, over time in the 60s, you have a second generation that's beginning, some of them deny, like if you listen to someone like the former Nigerian football player, I think Sondo Lisa, then you can imagine what will prompt Sondo Lisa to come on an international stage to make a pronunciation that people mistake him to be Igbo, that is not Igbo, as if that was in question. If it is a place we deal with DNA, if we subject ourselves to DNA, we will know who is who. But that is a discussion for another day. But without taking much of the time, I think it's a good conversation. The first clip you played was from Uche Okuku. A proud Ikwere man, or rather I say a proud Igbo Ikwere or Ikwere Igbo, whichever one comes first, make a pick. The second one is, a meeting which I moderated, which is the Ohanese yesterday, today, and tomorrow. This conversation also is being streamed live on JJ Media TV. I would be sharing the link to us after my talk now. So, and at the same time, I encourage this conversation. Now, before the last speaker, I don't know who that was, but I must thank you, my brother. I cannot thank you enough for your patience, for the way you spoke, because we all have different levels of understanding. When we speak sometimes, when you speak and you say, oh, you want to wait for your brothers who do not have the understanding you have, for them to come to a certain level, then you will pick up. Yes, I agree with you 100%. Because if you speak from a point of knowledge, there are many of us, millions of us, who are not at that level and who may not be at that level that you were when you're speaking. So be patient with them. And I encourage us all. Part of the things I don't most times come to clubhouses, you hear people make certain assertions, and in as much as they are wrong, but obviously because they think they have a platform and everybody must be bullied into listening to certain assertions here, but it's fine. So, but the final conclusion here is that point is what I must commend. Do not be deterred. If someone after listening to you and call you, this is an Igbo Sabo, this is a Sabo tour, this is a Sabo, please do not bother yourself. These are tags and names many of us bear, but if you know where you're going, I believe and I pray that we will eventually get there. Because you know what? Hate us, love us, we are the great Igbo people, the dotted people, unapologetically dotted. And I am Mazi Ezoke. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mazi. we also want to appreciate what you have been doing. We are seeing that. Continue to pray for you. History will be kind to you, and we pray that our good Lord will continue to strengthen you also. We are following you. We are following you judicially, like I don't know, man, but you are doing some fantastic work. And I also said this on our platform. If you are an Igbo person and you have not at this point asked yourself, what are you doing to the Igbo cause? And all you do is to throw banter and to argue unintelligently, and we have gone past that now. And a lot of us, we are going to be, history will remember us as the Awolowo of our time, and different roles we all played during our own time. Thank you so much, Mazi, for what you're doing. Thank you. And I will like to take one or two speakers for anybody that wants to say anything. If you want to say something. Okay, Abu.
Yes, I just wanted to talk about the great and young Ikwere sons who have always insisted that they are Igbo and have always tried to merge the Ikwere with the Igbo. Sorry, somebody's mic is on. Sorry. Somebody's mic is on. Can I go on? Okay. Yes, Sir Jackson and B. He was the chief. He was the head of the Eastern Chiefs at that time, and he was the first and last Ikwere to be conferred with the Knight of the Order of the British Empire. He's from the Kingdom of Ishiokpo in Ikwere, and he worked tirelessly for Igbo advancement. I talked about Obiwali, and I talked about what Obiwali's son is doing currently. Obiwali's son, Imunwawali, is doing all he can. He's doing everything that he can to merge the Ikwere back with the Igbo. We also have people like Okobule Onodi, who was the first Ikwere registrar. This guy, he was part of Nsuko Igbo and Ohanes and Igbo. He's also somebody that always sought to merge Ikwere with Igbo. Also, people like Emmanuel Aguma, who was the first mayor of Port Harcourt. He's also a member of Ohanes and Igbo. We also had people like Emmanuel Och, who was from Ikwere too, and he was a core Igbo nationalist. And then you had Isaac Mo, who was Deputy Secretary General of the.
Okay, please. I would like to ask Mazi a question once you are done.
Okay, I just wanted to read out that you have, there's SPU organ. There's so many of them, so many Ikwere people who have, sought to ensure that Ikwere and Igbo are merged as one. So this is a conversation that we need to keep having this conversation. We need to ensure that we try to enlighten people. Make sure that, look, yes, there may be reasons why you say you're not Igbo, but at the end of the day, it's better all of us come together as one. Thank you.
You didn't get a name well. Okobule one or two.
Sorry, I crave your indulgence.
Yeah.
I crave your indulgence. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, Mazi, please, I would like to ask you.
Thank you very much. I personally, I do not speak on behalf of Ohanese, but I will speak on the general knowledge I do have on the issues happening. I am aware that around, if my memory serves me right, I think around 2017, during the time of Nyanwodo as the PG Ohanese, when during one of the Asaba massacre memorial, um, he delivered a very touching lecture regarding the massacre and reaching out to brothers and sisters across the Niger. Now, if we move towards Benue, yes, there are Igbos in Benue, there are Igbos in, again, some of my brothers and sisters in Edo watching or listening. Don't eat me wrong, but there are Igbos in Edo as well. Okay, so before some of them, I know many of them will be listening now. My telephone will be buzzing afterwards that I am an expansionist, that I've come to claim them. But again, these are historical facts. No matter how emotional you feel about them, there is nothing. Sorry, I can't help you because these are facts. Some people argue about Ibanke and tell me where Ibanke is, and we know the history behind it. You talk about the Ezi or the Ezar in Benue State. Recently, there was a time they had, I think, killer headsman attack, and you see the channel reporters, the channel reports that went in there. These people do not have a single road to get into their houses basically. And you wonder, why is that happening? Is it because that they are not considered being part of Benue State, or is it because the Benue government over the years has been so not performing that they cannot give them the basic amenities needed for such society? Again, that's a question for another day. Now, back to your question. What Ohaneze is doing, I am aware also that if there are some cultural events or conversations that delegations are sent across to attend such event, we should note, maybe that's where our own problem then as people lies. We should now know that Ohaneze does not have any executive powers. Ohaneze is nothing than you and I, who have no executive powers to work for anybody. Rather, what they do is they are a social cultural organization that can only speak when certain issues happen, when it concerns Ndibo, irrespective of where they are, within Nigeria, within Africa. Well, by the way, also we have Igbos in I think it's Gabon. We have Igbos in Gabon as well. So it's not only in Nigeria. And if my good friend Professor Chidi Oswagu, if he was to be here, he would also tell you the stories of the Igbos in Haiti, because he believes that the Igbos in the Haiti were those that actually fought the French and the British then, and eventually established their own country then. And many of us know about the Igbo landing as well. So it's not hidden. And I've seen many times that in conjunction with Ohaneze, and for instance, Ohaneze and other Igbo organizations in the United States, trying, like one of the ones that was incidentally, again, I anchored this program that was around June, July this year, done by SICA, that is Council of Igbos in America. You see, in conjunction with Ohaneze, they are trying to put up something structure there in America for the Igbo landing, in respect to our ancestors, whom, when they were taken away from us, came to America. By the time they realized that they've now been taken to a foreign land and they were going to be serving as slaves, and what did they do? They said they are born free and that they are free men, and they took their life in protest because they all simultaneously jumped and drowned themselves in the particular area, and they died eventually. We now, the offspring, it is our duty, be it Ohanese, be it other organizations, to work and ensure that our unborn children, our younger generations, that these stories and these things are documented, that these things are shared. Hence, not unspoken, one of the things we do at Injenge Media is to keep on digging and documenting this, because we do not know when we're going to leave this part, we're not going to leave this world. But at least that there is an open source library in form of YouTube where this information is documented. It may interest you that in the same event in July, we had our brothers and sisters for the first time as a moderator. I am moderating something and I was crying, shedding tears for the first time in my life when I saw our brothers, our sisters in America, those we call Akata, those we call Black Americans, having undergone the process of DNA, identifying themselves scientifically that they are Ndibo. Now coming back to us, Ezeri, now giving them names, their Igbo names, explaining to them. This video is on Injenge Media. I can back channel some of us, but on Injenge Media, please, I don't know, anyone listening to me, do yourself a favor, subscribe to Injenge Media, please, because we do a hell lot to ensure that this content are pushed out there. It's not that there is no money to be made on these things, but at least let this history be known, because you can't light up a candle and put that candle under the bed. It must be on top for people to see the light. So if Ohanese, what they do, it's, the things they do, in my understanding and the way I honestly understood their job and some of the things they do, is not necessarily something you can just begin to say, okay, they've done this, because they don't have executive powers. And bear in mind, if for them to even do more, we need finance. And if I tell you that even like the former Ohanese president, to the point that one of the programs on Injenge Media as well, he publicly said it, that the governors for the last 3 years have not paid the dues they ought to pay by state to run Ohanese. And then you ask, how much is that they ought to pay? You'll be shocked. 1 million per month. What is 1 million? It's basically peanut. So 12 million to run Ohanese per the 7 states that make up Ohanese, that is Anambra, the 5 Igbo states plus Delta and the Rivers. These are the 7 states that make up Ohanese, invariably telling you these are the 7, whatever you make up that to be. But it means if these people who are that level do not see the need to fund this organization to work for our collective interest, but every one of us would, we are not contributing any fund to run this organization, for them to run, and the governors are not putting up their monies, our money, our own money, our taxes to fund this organization. So there is limitations here and there. If one says publicly that most of the things you see, the interventions enough, this Ohanese event, that someone actually will reach out to do this event pro bono without getting paid. But why are you doing it? Because you want whatever is being done to be mainstreamed. So I don't know how else to answer your question. So I can't tell you why are they doing this? I think they do a lot, but again, hang with some serious impediment to do more. That's my and I once more I will say, please, every one of us, you can follow us, either myself or on Ginger Media, and follow us on YouTube, please. And I would encourage us, having now it just occurred to me that the Igbos, brothers and sisters, taking their Igbo names. I bet you there is no way you will watch that after watching that. If you don't have a single drop, a single tears in your eyes, maybe you didn't understand what you watched. Haven't somebody that have been lost for like 300 years, making effort to now coming back, and you can see them, many of them crying. I was actually, because suddenly I see Afa Gibumbori. I see Ginibumbori. Akawalia Hemboria. You see tears coming out genuinely. Now, finally saying, for so many years, we've been wondering, we haven't seen where we came from. But here we are in a virtual platform because of COVID protocols. They couldn't fly into Nigeria to go to Eri and perform the rituals of, welcoming the person back home. And you see somebody like that. And the joy it means that no longer see that person as something else. Professor Siagu, I will say this the last. Professor Siagu made an argument that George Floyd Bonibo, and I asked him, Prof, what do you mean? I said, listen. Professor Siagu said, it's only an Igbo man that nihene mia oneti nemo nem. I said, what do you mean? I said, what was George Floyd saying when the policeman had his knee on his neck? He said he was shouting, "Mama," and then translate that in Igbo. With that, I yield my mark. Thank you. And who are those speaking on the Indie boy cooking? Okay. Mm. Mm. That's fine. Thank you. Yeah. I'm listening. Mm. Mm. Are you talking about the one Enwere when we launched the database, right? Oh, okay. Okay, I know. Okay, that was done by Nzuko Omonna. and I'm part of Nzukumunado with Professor Pats, Utumi and Co. So what happened actually was after that event, the thing was launched. Well, I mean, the database was launched. I think it's a good question. I know the chairman of that. That is Maza Madebube. He's a friend of mine as well. All I know that I put like you probably did. I put my details as well, and that I logged in, but Melo since afterwards. I think if but again, the project is not dead because it's a database and I collect for Igbo professionals globally. Yota. I think that's much I can say, but I can either I can link you up to Amadi Ebube, who I think he was the lead of that project. He lives in Canada, so that's the much I know about that project for now.
If you could link me up with him, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
I will do, Anthony. You know my number now.
Okay, so let's thank you so much, Mazi. Please, everybody, if you can mute, so I'm not you're not hearing me double. Thank you so much, Mazi. I think it's just been great hearing you. We really would like those people who are just joining to understand where we are now. So I'll do a quick reset, and then Hisba will continue with the videos, and then we will have further conversations. So welcome everybody. This is the Anioma Forum on Clubhouse. Today we're talking about Igbos outside of the Southeast. So sometimes some people that are not aware that you actually do have Igbos that are not within the Southeast region of the country. So we've talked about the Delta States Igbos, who are currently Anioma people, and also we have people in Edo State as well. We've talked about that briefly. On Thursday, we're going to be having a conversation on Igbos in Kogi State. So today, we're really talking about Igbos outside of the Southeast. We are now looking at Igbos in River State, I believe. So I don't know, Isba, have we gone through all of the videos?
Yeah, but take one or two speakers, then we complete it.
Okay. All right, so if you want to speak or contribute to this, please flash your mic.
I think I'm next.
Okay, the next person is Tata.
Teta. Oh, okay, Teta, go ahead.
Okay. I would like to remind you guys that this division of a thing, it did not happen in Africa and Nigeria. It also happened in Europe too, even to this day. Like in Germany now, if you check Germany now, they have German speakers in other parts, in other countries too. And it was divided because of a war too. After the Second World War, Germany was divided also. But whilst the Germans were the aggressors in the war, we the Igbos we were the victims. They killed us, they ran to our place, they came to our houses to kill us again, and they divided us. So we should also know that this division did not only happen in Nigeria, but it also happened in Germany also. And I will also say something. This Benin narrative that Igbos came from Benin, I think it started from this man, Nnamdi Azikiwe, after the Civil War. Maybe because he was trying to get into politics again. So he was trying to detach himself from the Igbo narrative. And he started making, I would like to be corrected also by Marx or Marzi or any other historian here. He wanted to detach himself from being Igbo so that he will able to get some political relevance. So that was why he started this Benin narrative. And also, there's another man, Elechi Amadi, an Ikwere man. He also did that because he had a quarrel with Ojukwu, and Ojukwu sentenced him to prison. Same with Jaja Wachuku also. So this narrative of Benin, I think it came from these two guys due to their own personal interests. But I would like to get more evidence from that. I don't know.
Okay, so it's like a question you're asking. Thank you for that. Yeah, people who have questions, we're welcoming questions. If you don't want to come up stage, you can also send it to me or Hisba. In the back end, we can read out your questions. So I'll take two questions Let me see. The next person I want to speak, is that a question or a comment?
Mine is a comment.
Okay, so let's go to either Max or who would want to take that question that Teta just asked. Max, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. This is, like I told you, if you read Zeke's work, his Odyssey, and yes, Zeke actually tied Igbo ancestral root to Bay of Bini. And when, the first Nigerian VC of first Nigerian university in Ibadan was an Igbo person, KODK. KODK studied history, a man of beautiful brain. If I want to quote, what's his name? Chino Achebe in his book. When he returned to Nigeria, he was empowered with the position of VC, and his duty that he took upon himself was to improve African history on issues like Africa does not have history, especially on the Nigerian axis. And he took it upon himself to found things like Nigerian Historical Society, Nigerian Historical Journal, where some of the articles that we read today about Nigeria and even outside Nigeria were all being published. Because at that point in time, some of them does not have a platform of a journal to publish their work. And whatever you write, and if it's not published in a journal, somehow it look as if it's a personal thing. When KODK explained how and the reason why most Africans, inclusive in Nigeria, was tying themselves to a large empire, because somehow they considered large empire to be more robust, historical, very rich, respectful in the eyes of the Western writers, whom at this point in time, remember, Trevor Hugh Roper, within this period, said Africa does not have a history. That if there's anything about Africa, is all about darkness, and that darkness is not part of history. And the only thing Africa has as a history is the activity of white people in Africa. But however, that someday Africa might grow up with enough intellect to have their own history. And people who could not write couldn't have had history. These were all European analogy, to wipe us off our sense of belonging, apart from their so-called colonialism and the slave trade. So when KODK came on board, he was able to explain that these were not a historical fact. Reference to what Zeke said, that they were all tying themselves what they considered that were accord them respect. And that was when they begin to break down how Nigerians, the entities that made up Nigeria came to be. And KODK, I can't remember the work, explained. And also, Adela Figo did a better job on that. And ECJ also did work on that. This was what I noticed to be, connected to all what they were saying. They said that every civilization of mankind is always founded around bodies of water. And most time, these waters are either clean water, because they use that water for so many reasons, which is why you have something like Egyptian Nile Valley civilization, which is the best mankind ever had, which you had the Huanghe Yellow River civilization. You also have what they call what's it called? The Akkadian civilization, the Sumerian civilization. All these things happen in Mesopotamian region of the Middle East, around the body of the Tigris River and the major clean water rivers in the Arabian world. A recent research conducted by Dr. Duobi, also a Yoruba man in Unilag here, he was able to explain that most Igbo people, the Yoruba people, the Ijaw people, all the people of the South, were a civilization that was founded on the Niger River confluence. It is that it was as a result of a long distance of disagreement, and language were measured. When they measured the language, they were able to show when the Shekiris, for instance, disconnected from the Yoruba people, and also when the Ijaws disconnected from Igbo people. They put it in somewhere between 500 to 1,000 years. So, and in history and interdisciplinary approach of history, this made more sense than when you tell me, for instance, that the Hausa people came from Saudi Arabia, or maybe that Yoruba people fall from heaven. We know that people don't fall from heaven. Do you understand? And also,
which we also knew that, like the market day of the Igbo land, about somebody coming and so on. This also, there is a myth and legend part of it, you know, because you have to actually build your historical narrative according to what is considered to be very rich heritage and respectful. So over time, those early analogy, people tying themselves to large empire, which you see, this was the same reason why the old Ghana Empire, the new Ghana that we know today, took after the old Ghana Empire. The old Mali Empire, the new Mali we know today, took their name from Mali Empire. Nigeria had considered taking the name Songhai. But after some time, so many historical consideration and disagreement, we remain with Nigeria. Otherwise, we would have taken Songhai after another large empire, all that was established by black people in the sub-Saharan region of West Africa. So, based on history, those analogies were not factual. They were unfounded. Example like what Zeke said. What the likes of Adela Fibu, get a book like Ropes of Sand from Adela Fibu. Get a book like Igbo People, the History of Igbo People by Elizabeth Isichei. You know, these books will give you, or get a book like there's one from Opone about the Inu and the people. This book will give you, you know, a better understanding of what even you were said that this made sense than telling you that people fell from heaven. Thank you.
Shiba, are you there? Okay, thank you very much, my brother. Okay, we are going to be playing some couple of video for you guys to back up this conversation. If you
Hello?
look at the link.
Hello?
Yeah, Bonka, are you there?
Yeah, Hiba,
yeah,
1 minute.
You want to say something?
Yes. On that Benin Igbo situation, my connection might go off once in a while. Just please let me know. So the Odyssey was written in the late 1960s, and there was some politics going on around that time. So the earlier research that I made about it was that Eze Chime left that Benin area during the reign of Oba Isige. And there were some tensions between him and Isige, and I believe it had to do with his mother, Queen Ide. Some very important land that they said he was using for some of his spiritual things that she wanted to take or something like that. But the politics around that time was that the Middle Belt, the Midwest, was kind of fighting a war of their own identity. You know, first of all, they were merged with Yoruba people, and they fought hard to remove themselves. And at the forefront of that war then was the Oba of Benin of that time. And one of the reasons why they plugged it with the Yoruba nation was that historically they believed that Benin was part of the kingdoms linked to Ife one way or the other. That was the reason the British joined them. But the Oba of Benin wanted to be different. He wanted to have his own separate identity. Now, after they broke away, the Oba was still very upset that the person that would eventually now become premier of that Midwest was an Igbo man. So the tension moved from Benin Yoruba tension to Benin Igbo tension. And a lot of things started happening at that time, where the Midwest started, of course, all the bad energy that was going on between them and Yoruba switched to bad energy between them and Igbos. And as you would see, they played a big role during Gowon's time in kind of switching the divides and supporting the federal government. Now, one of the reasons I believe Zeke wrote that thing was to kind of reconcile both sides. But he claims that he was a direct descendant of Eze Chime, the man who migrated to found Onitsha. And he claimed that they were Benin. And for some reason in that book, Odyssey, he didn't mention it. In fact, I'm hearing it for the first time on this platform that he was an Igbo that came back from Benin. That's the first time I'm hearing it. So I mean, I guess that's lesson to learn.
So, but that was what he was talking about, and I think he was doing that to say that Benin and Igbos that they share some kind of similar ancestry. So, from what I'm deducing here, it sounds like he was doing that for political reasons, and they may not necessarily be historical facts. So that's what I thought to share. But I mean, yeah.
God bless you, Bunker. God bless you. Thank you, sir. That's a good one. It actually was that, like what you said, that was what it is. You know, most Igbo professors, just both from Ifemesia and all of them, none of them told that six line. And you know, when the best of your history professors don't do that, you know that could only be political standpoints.
Thank you so much. Please, if you check the link we have here, that we are going to play this just now. That is Asarida Kuba saying we are Igbos. Perhaps let's listen to him and what he meant. Thank you.
King told his arrow friend, go and tell his parents that the king wants his father. And that's how my fathers came to become Ijaw people. In 1782, he founded the Edia Valley War Canoe House in Kalabari. Today, I sit on the stool of the man who founded that stool in 1782. Recorded history is not oral history. It's recorded by Rubian. That the Edia Valley War Canoe House was founded in 1782. He became the richest man of his time in Kalabari. He became Harusa, somebody with uncountable wealth. He became the commander of his king. He commanded his king's army. In those days when there was slave trade and palm oil. So, by virtue of my sitting on that stool, I am an Abom man in Aba. All my grandmothers, apart from all my great-grandmothers, apart from one, were Igbos. And when my father had me, he did not give me an Ijaw name. He gave me an Igbo name.
Can you hear it? Can you hear? Before you come here you need to go back to your history. You need to pick up your books and read. We have been denied all this information. That is why you come to internet these days and begin to rant, clueless of whatever the real fact is.
My father, the late Justice.
Okay, we will also play the video later. We'll take some people. Okay, let me go back to. Okay, let us take one or two comments from here. Then we can go back to the Ikwere conversation. Then we take it down to the people that got to know about their DNA, their ancestral origin, and came back. We played the video of how they were, the rituals was performed and how they, got back who they are. So please click your mic. Balogo, you said who want to speak?
Joe. That's
John.
Joyce.
Jaizi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
go.
Yeah, there was something that they won't know. I'm so sorry. So I'm kind of driving. I might be having problems with my network. There was something that Mazi said. First of all, my name is, from that Jai, my name is Jachike. Just love Vezewoko. So, I'm from Abia State. So the thing he was saying about the African Americans, that there was this guy is on Clubhouse to tell you how people love when they dress their, was able to dress his ancestral home and find out that he was from Igbo land. And this guy had been trying. He's no more seeing himself as an African American. He's seeing himself as an Igbo American. This guy has, like, when he came to Anambra, to the Inri Kingdom, they gave him the name Chineme. Today, but the guy's name is, English name is Hazani. So he changed it. And what he's answering now is, okay, Chineme. So even he has also helped other people. Even there's this, I think you guys know them, these two popular celebrities, I'll be three, of the African Americans that have been able to trace their ancestral home to be Igbo. Even one of them, I've forgotten his name, the man always acting.
Danny Rose.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'll post their picture very soon. So
White
one of them, yeah. So one of them, they gave him the title. He came to, I think, in Imo State.
Ikwere.
Yeah, they gave him the name, one day the number. So all those things, and there's also something that always, based on what Maz also said, there's something I figured out about we the Igbos that people always say, even in Instagram, they always say that the Igbo people are too fast to claim they are people. I would say that this is something that is always common, that we always love to identify our people. Even the fact that we have some Ikwere people that don't want to claim that they are Igbos, but the Igbo people always want them to know that they are, this is who you are, because we always live in this one day kama, one day, like I've forgotten some of the talks our ancestors always say. One day the number, one day the number, or one day, I've forgotten. But even in Jamaica too, there's also similarities of the Igbos in Jamaica. I've seen that before. In Jamaica, there's this. They say there's this Suso and the Suso and the, just like we say Soso. Then they use their own as Suso. It means the same thing. Soso is only, and that's the same thing with them. Even there's also and that thing, I've forgotten it. Hi God, Unu. We say Unu. Them, that's the same thing that those Igbo Jamaicans use, and it means the same thing also. So that's to say that there's always that similarities of the Igbos, and most of them always know about it. So I mean, that's what I have to say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. Awesome. Okay, so we'll take one more or so. Who else wants to contribute before we go to the next video?
Can I add something before I land, Biko, please? I just want to ask Mazi something. Yeah, I'll be quick. So what I want to ask Mazi and some of our Igbo, historian and everything, what are you guys doing towards educating our young generations, like in school? Where somebody can, I know, like sometimes when I was in school in Nigeria then, where you see some of our brothers and sisters, maybe those that are mathematicians, where they will publish some books and they will come to school to, sell all those things. So how are you guys, even when I was doing back in school, like I made sure that I was, always in Igbo class, even in my WAEC, I wrote Igbo as one of my subjects, and I made.
Okay, we keep losing Ja.
Very good score in my Igbo WAEC. Like I got
Ja, we keep losing your. We keep losing you, but can you land your plane with the question? Go straight to the question because we keep losing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please go straight to the question.
My question is, how are they able to be educating people, not only on media, even in schools? At least that will give people some kind of awareness that this is our brothers and sisters. Like, how are they putting all those things in place? Because all the Okempa is very, very important. So what are you guys doing towards it? That's my questions. Please,
What
not only on
are
me.
we doing?
Okay, sorry. Let me answer you. You see, your question is welcomed. Your question is well thought out. But in your question lies a fundamental problem where you have detached yourself from the problem and you want to give it to others to solve without you getting involved. For your information, Mazezoke is an IT project manager. Creating Igbo content is not my job, my profession, or whatever I do. I do it maybe like yourself in order to, ensure that something is done, that we don't lose anything. And I will tell us that, it will help that all of us get together. You talk about what are they going to do? To go to school and maybe write books. My brother, you can also write books. You wrote Igbo and you probably from what you said, you got A. So you can also write a book. But in all is, what we are doing is to help government with our individual effort. It is the primary duty of government to educate the larger population because obviously the structure and the institution is what they own and they design the curriculum. So we all can get involved from the designing of curriculum to even, I know a couple of years back when I visit my state of Anambra and in my village, I will go to the secondary school and I would, because I love government literature and Igbo, I will go and, ask the secondary school to give me time to come in, talk to children, teach English literature, having obviously reviewed the syllables that they use, pro bono, and in order to encourage them. So if you detach yourself from the question, I don't think is the wisest thing to do because it is our collective duty. But one thing I must say that every one of us, especially by the time you get to a point of getting married, male, female, is to do this fundamental thing. Rediscover yourself. Become born again in your Igbo-ness and be proud of it. And the only way and the starting point is answering your name. Secondly, ensure that your children all have Igbo name. My children, none of them has English name. Unapologetically so. Because what? They are part of the great Ndibo. Thank you.
one more person. So I just want to let you, Didi is also on the line. Didi.
Okay, DD. Let's see. Yeah, DD, go ahead.
Okay, thank you guys very well. I hope I'm coming out.
Make yourself a bit more louder.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Please, this is my submission. I didn't intend to incite any tribe, but I'm just want to share an experience that I had about these people denying who they are and how these things are being manipulated. To those people that denied their Igbo-ness, so to say. There is this incident happened in Lagos when I was still in Lagos during the Fashalas regime. I was going to Lagos mainland and Lagos Island to purchase one or two things and also meet my client that was there. We entered BLT, heading to that place. One young guy and an elderly man started having an issue, and that issue was like the guy was told to stand up for somebody to sit down, and the guy said that actually he know that he's supposed to stand up, but he should be begged to do that. That he has been in this bus before this person came in, even though that person is an elderly to him. And along the line, another elderly Yoruba man, so I didn't intend to incite any tribe, got upset with the guy and was so lamenting on him and said that you people from the East doesn't have kind of respect, that he believes that he's an Igbo, that is from the East. The guy said, okay, that he's not taking this issue to tribalism things. And along the line, as the word of words were exchanging between them, the man now said, after all, if you don't like Lagos, you leave Lagos. If not for Lagos, you be where you are today. And the guy said, okay, no problem. You guys should leave our resources alone so that we'll manage it ourselves. Is it not our resources that you guys use to develop Lagos? Am I coming out?
Yeah, but is this related to this conversation? I'm just wondering.
Yes.
You go straight to the point. Sorry.
Yes, okay, sorry. So the man was like, when I say related, the man was like, where are you from? People were like, where are you from? The guy said, I'm from River State. And the man now said, okay, you are from River State. What part? The guy said, I'm from Ikwere. So the guy called his name, which is an Igbo name. And the man now said, okay, and you left your state to our state. Didn't we ask you guys to deny your Igbo-ness so that we help you to develop your state to be like Lagos so that you wouldn't be running around? And everybody was like, Everybody was started shouting to the man, saying, you are an elderly man, why are you exciting tribalism in this case? This guy have fully apologized and he started telling him that he should deny who he is and all that. So I think if we want to deal with this kind of a thing, we should engage our elders. Those people that are still alive after the war, or those people that experienced the war that are still alive, we engage them. I think that is how to start this grassroots. Why I'm saying this is for you to know where some of this problem, is coming from. Because British have done it and they pass it across our elders, and the elders are passing it across our children. So that's what I just want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Max,
can I say something about this?
Yeah.
See, I felt that Mazi and Onyenkiti has said, something that really covered this. Let me be sincere with you. The only thing that can actually stop a particular action is an equal proportionate of opposite, action or opposite force. Except if you want to encourage everybody here that will have to embark on a massive investment, venture and go into production of books and so many things. And do not forget, we live in a country where history is highly discouraged. If you ask Bonka here, Bonka will tell you there's one unique thing historians share. We don't waste time to start telling people what they need to know, even when they didn't really invite you, except you are busy.
it's something we feel happy to tell people. So it's not difficult for us to tell. But this our being together today is for a purpose, which Oyenkiti explained. You might not know how far you're going to go. It is incumbent on you to adopt that formula and strategy that you do not quarrel with another Igbo person who is not identifying with Igbo as you tomorrow, but calm down and explain to him, leave him a message to go home with, and watch how things changes. Do not forget also that you have some individual that from year 2 or year 3, when they begin to process information as human beings, they've been told all along that they are not Igbo. And these parents that told them all these things had all died. And somehow they are even about 50, and they even have 2 or 3 children whom they have also fed the same thing. So you need extra patience, care, empathy, understanding to explain to them. It's not about, you see, like being in the bus and so many things. For me, I actually do not see where is really a manu in this our farmland, because anything can happen in the bus. Is a similar place where things like in the beer parlor happens. You understand? And this is a discussion between just two people. Two people might not really be informed. And if actually a Yoruba man believe that an Igbo son should stand up from a chair for an elderly person, yes, it is because their culture supports that. You understand? A lot of their culture support that. Now our culture, not that it discouraged that, but might not have laid more emphasis the way Yoruba culture did. You understand? So this one is, for me, is just a personal disagreement and on how to actually go ahead to sensitize our. Most schools don't even want you to come teach history. That's a fact. So at the end of the day, we are going to do our work from our friends, from our community, from our neighbors' children, from our just anyhow you can disseminate the information. You can't tell how far it's going to go. It will go a very long way. But be rest assured that you're going to meet challenges. Those that will tell you everything you're saying is a lie. You're the lie. So you have to calm down and leave them something to go home with and ponder. Something really touching and positive. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Just to add to this, I know that people who are listening, a lot of people have good skills. If you feel like this is an area of passion for you, I think a lot of people can actually do like short videos. You can do things on what's it called, TikTok, Instagram. I think it's so much that we can do as a people. So those people who have those skills to be able to create short videos or create anything that people can use as training or use to learn, you can do it and publish it in on different platforms. I think there's so much that every one of us can do to contribute in sharing the knowledge. Hisba, I know you want to go, but there's some questions. I just went to the YouTube and there's some questions I would like us to address. I know we did talk about this briefly, and this is regarding the idea that Igbo people came from Benin. We did talk about it earlier, and somebody talked about the Eze Chima. So I would like someone to quickly summarize or just talk about that briefly for those people who are just joining that were not part of that conversation. So there was this narrative that the people in Anioma came from Benin. So can you maybe Max, Obona PC, or anyone else can join in on this? The second question is that so let me read it out. Many tribes also the other one, it says many tribes in rivers are from Benin Empire. No doubt about that. That's what the person is saying. And then another person is saying that the land where the Igbos are okay, let me just read it out. The lands where the Igbos are, it's a recent migration. So I think if you can highlight on that, I know someone talked about the empire, the fact that Igbos were in that land have been there for thousands of years. So maybe someone can explain that. Max, I don't know if you want to go on that one.
Okay, a very quick one. Everybody, lots of people that spoke on history actually explained this, and the elderly man that we listened to that Hisba played also explained it. You see, Eze Chima was actually a medicine man, whom the Inri dynasty
in the heartland of Ebola, modern-day Anambra State, sent to Benin Empire. And the Ezechime, they were not warlike people like the Aro, and they were purely on medicine. It is by medicine that they achieve whatever they want to achieve, and lots of people consult them. But when things fell apart between this prince, who is also a medicine man, and at this point he had settled in Benin and had made lot of, his family was already large, so he had to
sorry,
move
Max.
back.
Sorry to cut you. Where did Ezechima? How did he get to Benin? What happened? Did he migrate from?
He migrated from Unre, and he took a stop at Onitsha. Then after crossing the river Niger, he got at Benin Empire.
Okay, Max,
and if you check,
I think this will add to your view. There's somebody, Ola, shared this to my back channel, and it reads, Zix, it means Azikiwe, Zix, my Odyssey, 1970, wherein he wrote that his people are originally from Benin Kingdom, via a certain Ezechima, was, by all standards, certainly influenced by the political dynamics of his time, as all have pointed out. My addition to this already identified motive is a fact as follows. My addition to this already identified motive is a fact as follows. Most people are unaware that 40 years prior to his publication of my Odyssey, he had published a work in the year 1930, the same Zig. The work is Fragments of Onitsha History. In that work of 1930, he made it clear that his kingdom of ancestry is not Benin itself, but a kingdom close in relation to Benin and a sort of ally to Benin, from where they come to found Onitsha. I'm saying this to buttress the fact that there exists older accounts as documented from Zims himself, which proves his later day 1970 account to be a revision, most likely motivated to douse the political tension of the 1970s. You can go on, Max.
So, thank you, Hisba. If you there's this question that Adela people ask. You say, is the work not made easier for you when you can hear that the person's name is Eze and it has Chima? Some people will put Chima, some people will put Chime, and it has Eze in it. Does it not simplify what you want to understand about history? This was what Adele was asking. This mentioning, a name like maybe Adewale, you could say it's from Yoruba axis. If he was mentioning something like Omonoba, you could actually say it's from the Benin axis. For the fact that he stayed that long in consultation and understanding with the Benin Empire until they fell out and he's coming home. And he's still coming home with his Igbo name. Does that not tell you that he's an Igbo son who had a problem and he's returning to where he belongs? Now, anybody who is also saying that maybe the West Niger Igbo people is a recent migration, I will tell the person that I have actually asked and I've actually read. I have not seen any work that supports a recent migration. And let me remind the person, one of the
Max, I think we're losing you.
To Nigeria was the Fulanis, who were the Babas and can you hear me?
Yeah, do you want to go out and come back in? Because he keeps cutting out. Okay. Yeah, just go out and come back in again. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's just wait for
while he goes and come back, let me just help him out there.
Okay, so on here you are Ika from Delta State. So go ahead.
From Delta State. And I just need us to understand that this migration thing we're talking about, remember it was one man. And prior to his migration, there was already a civilization firmly established, an Igbo civilization. That's what we need to understand first. Another thing we need to pick out from this again is this, that Ezechima is just but one narrative, which is why I keep on taking us back to the fact that the Igbo historical development our history is not single. It's not one narrative. It's like this analogy of you, two blind people or three blind people standing before an elephant. Somebody's holding the trunk, somebody's holding the tail, somebody's feeling the back of the elephant. You just have snippets of an entirely larger truth that you are yet to fully grasp. So even when Zeke said that his people originated from the Benin Kingdom, he just had a snippet of history. He wasn't even fully aware of everything. So he caught the snippet of Eze Chima migrating back from the Benin Kingdom after a sojourn of, let's say, it was like 2 decades, basically. 2 decades, because he migrated from Onitsha to Benin. And all this was because of his prowess as a mystic master. When we say mystic, we're talking about supernatural powers and all that. He was a master in it. And he was invited to play certain roles, both diplomatic, both strategic, and in terms of war for the Benin Kingdom. He played a lot of roles there. But by the time there was a falling out, he migrated back. He was migrating back to where he was coming from. So anybody who tells you that the Igbo man originated from Benin or came from Benin does not have a full grasp of the larger truth of Eze Chima's sojourn to and fro Benin. That's on one aspect. Also, another point I need us to still hold on to strongly is that Igbo history is not a single narrative. The stories are diverse. And remember, two truths can hold, two truths can be real, or two reality can be true. It can be true. So we have so much history that we need to begin to unearth and begin to reconnect and see how they interface with each other. So all these narratives that are coming, let's not toss them aside. Let's take them and pass them through the fire of tests. Let's test them and see how valid and how true they are and how they fit into the whole larger picture that we are trying to grasp of who we are. So the Benin question is a straightforward one. We are not from Benin, but we had one of our progenitors who migrated to Benin, and it wasn't a permanent migration because he came back. He came back. He went, yes, but you know how the times were then. When he went to Benin, he took wives. He took wives, and he bore children. So as a result, when he was coming back, his family blossomed. And if we remember what that our elder, we watched his video, talked about the Onichas, their history. We know how that connects to Benin. So let's not feel slighted, or all we have to do is to explain to them how Benin fits into our history. How Benin fits into our history, and it is only connected to Eze Chima's sojourn, and that's only connected to Eze Chima's children and descendants and all that. But there are other Igbo groups who have no link, no correlation, no connection with the Benin Kingdom in any light. So no, we did not migrate from Benin.
Thank you very much. Maz is okay here. And quickly, I want to respond to you. What you have said, Obu na meeting ụmụnna kaino, Obu nzuko ụmụnna kaino, ikwusi ụdị okwu a, masị ka nlacha gị ọnụ, just to add to what you said. There is no, sometimes I'm taken aback when when you talk about genealogy and when you talk about where people came from, is not a one narration fits all. If you are talking about Onitsha, Onitsha having connection to Benin, then I might actually sit down and listen to this. But when somebody makes a statement saying Ndi Igbo are from or that are from Benin, it smacks of slight myopicism because it's not factually correct, and it can never be factually correct. There is no way Aro is from Benin. There is no way. I mean, Ibuku, for instance, there is no connection. But if we're talking about Onitsha, exactly. So it makes the whole thing just. If you talk about even Item, Ikwere, Ohofia, having connection to going down south to our brothers from the other side, it will make sense. But connecting them to Benin, how about? Just the same argument when I say, when people tell me that I'm from Israel, I say, Israel is from Muma, not Muma is from Israel. Because if you go by the simple narration that the COG, that the whole humanity is from COG, then it smacks of irresponsibility for only COG, Siziani Siocha. And this goes against reason. So the tail end here is, while we try to educate one another, but I don't think it's something that should really. I think you've done a fantastic explanation as regarding the historical context. I mean, the test of the pudding is in the eating, and in this narrative of Ezechim, the name alone says where he is from, and that people, because remember that time, what we have is the oppression of Nwadiokbala. When the firstborn inherits the properties of the father, which also led to Ndi Igbo being people that go out of their comfort zone. Because if you are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and Diokbara inherits Ihenia, the 8 of you are like orphans, thrown away. It's just over time that you now have this fair share of Ipuobi, that, okay, a little will be given to you to go and like settle you or bully Ipuobi. But before the practice of Ipuobi, it had always been a practice of Mwadiokbala. So when the firstborn owns, it means the other ones would go look for whatever and fend themselves. So if maybe Ezechima, I don't know, in line in the family lineage, I don't know where he falls, but my common sense probably would tell me that he's not Diokbala, meaning he's not Obinobi, the one who stays in the father's Obi. So he is the one who is third, fourth, fifth, whatever. And again, if there is conflict, remember again, we do not have prisons at that time. What our ancestors used to do, they will banish you if in some certain crimes, Atobagi, Najofia, where people sometimes survive, because they would think that Ebana Jofia, wild animals would eventually consume you. Or that the person actually, you hear them go somewhere else out of this zeal that, okay, now I'm an outcast. Now I've been taken away from my community. I must survive by all means. That zeal is something that also drives them today. That's why they are successful anywhere in the world that they come. Thank you very much. I yield.
Can I add something to what Mazi and Onyenkiti said? Because Onyenkiti and Mazi is perfectly correct. We have to understand that, why is the Ezechime, not all the West Niger people were his descendants. Like the people of Ogwashu, who, Ibuzo, and were directly an Odani descendant, who is also the son of Onre, who moved down to Ogwashuku even earlier than Ezechime. Then, and if you also come down, you would understand also that the likes of Oshimi, the South local government area, the Asaba inhabitants were precisely Nebisi and Integeman, from where we have somewhere around Oyi, maybe the northeastern of Onisha area, had also occupied Asaba and so on. So Ezechime was during the reign of Oba Ezigye, and he was the youngest that was sent to that area because of the purpose of medicine ability. So when somebody comes, let us not sound as though Ezechime is, all the descendants of West Niger Igbo people are Ezechime. No, the Ogwashuku are from Odani, different son of Nri. Then the Oshimi and the Asaba people are Nebisi people under Nebisi. They are from a man from Inteje. You understand? Who also the son of Nri. So at this period, these brothers had inhabited this area. So when one of their brothers now fell out from the Benin Empire, he just moved just a little distance backwards and joined his brothers and founded some of his own dynasties. That Onichugbo is dominantly one of the places Ezechime found. Asaba was founded by an Inteje Nebisi son. Then Ogwashuku was Odaibo, another Nri son. So when we now talk, just like somebody also said, at this period, there's a crisscross state of things in our history and all over the history of the world. You understand? The Fulanis is just 1804. The Ebus were the last people, the Ebus and these Yoruba traders that also owned the area of the northern axis of West Niger Igbo land, were one of the last people that migrated to West Niger Igbo. And the original settlers, the West Niger Igbo people, who tell you, all of them knew that the last people that migrated was 3 particular villages, which somebody mentioned here. And if I check my work, I will see it, because I did a work on the migration and settlement of these people before I could explain the Biafran War effect on them. So that we don't join, everything together as though we are just talking about Ezechime. And it doesn't make sense that we are dragging Ezechime as against that he's a Benin person. It just doesn't hold water. Thank you.
So, yeah, can I ask
that? So let me see, who was that? Chris.
This is Chris, yes. I have a question for Max. Can you throw some light on this? Actually, I'm from Ubuta, and we have the same similar history as Onichi people. Actually, they say that Ubuta and Onichi are related. We have the same culture, the same names, and the same heritage, according to history. We're also from Benin. Is there a possibility that there's some cross-migration around that period that made us settle where we are now in Imo State, while other people are even in Onitsha? Yeah. Just to have some clearance.
Yes. Most if you check some of our book, like Adele's work, Adele explained also a cross migration between the Anambra people and the other part of Imo State. Yes, because at that point in time, the major part of what we consider to be the highly populated Igbo land was the modern day Imo State and Anambra State. So, and these people begin to feel and understand that land is not practically enough. Even after the war, or even before the war, when the colonial masters came, the earliest Igbos you could find everywhere, apart from the Abriba people, were basically Mbise, Oka, Newi. Is that Olo people, that area in Igbo land, which eventually, don't forget that Anambra and Imo State is a political decision. Without it, you might not even have to ask me this question, because you are practically an Igbo person. I'm an Igbo person. I might not even ask you, how did you get to where you are, and how did I get to where I am? So the reason why we're even asking this question is practically because we have in our mind Anambra, Imo, that was political creation. So it was a fact. If you can understand that someone could move from Onre, somebody could move from Inteje and found maybe Ogwashuku, and found Asaba. Come on, Imo State and the Onisha people is a very simple thing. Yeah, let's not forget, based on trade, there are similarities. Because if you and I is trading now and I find something that you're doing that I like, which is why I found out that some of the coastal community of Igbo land, like the Onisha and the West Niger Igbo, they tend to have some centralized traditional leadership. You understand? Because they felt that, oh, this thing is interesting. Let's pick it from Benin people. You understand? Let me give you an example. The Oba, as a traditional title holder in Lagos, is not of Yoruba origin. You understand? He was from Omonoba Eredua, who conquered from Benin down to Lagos Island. You understand? So, but when Yoruba people looked at it and saw that, oh, this coronation and this system of leadership is interesting, and the way they did it is very fine, and they see no reason to change it, and they inherited it like that. That's why you can only hear about Oba in Lagos. You can't hear about Oba in any other part of Yoruba land outside Lagos State. So these things happens over time. At some point, the people that founded Eziagwe, where I'm from, had to move to Igala. And because at the end of the day, one day you'll be reminded that you are not from here. Something will fall apart. Like there's a Chime issue in Benin Kingdom. People believe, a lot of writers have explained that something terrible happened in Oba, the empire of the emperor, the Oba's kingdom, where in his inner room there were ants everywhere, which is a taboo to the tradition. And they felt that the medicine man would have been the brain behind it, which is Ezechima. And in explaining how did this thing happen, how is it that you are not aware, and so many other things. And the young man had to pick his bag and went back to where he originally was his own home, where he was coming from. Because this is also part of the reason why our black brothers in America is hunting to know where they came from. Just like TDJ just eventually identified that he's from Imo State, in Nigeria. Because someday, one white dude or one white group of white folks will tell you that you don't belong here. Yes, even though you can argue that you belong here, but when you get home, it's a strong information to take home. You begin to wonder, for real, where are you even from? So this was part of what brought Ezechime back home. So it's not a fallacy, it's a fact.
Thank you so much. I don't think you wanted to add to that. Before you go, also there was a conversation about how long Igbo people have been in the Delta part of the Igbo land in Delta State. So maybe you can add that to your submission as well.
Okay, so I just wanted to say regarding all the crisscross migration that went on from the Igbo mainland across the Niger through Western Igbo land all the way to Benin. One significant thing was that the ancient town of Agbo, on the borderland line of Igbo land, has always been there. Agbo is an ancient town. It has existed for thousands of years. So you can just imagine that all these people who will come from the mainland of Igbo land will always pass through Agbo to get out of Igbo land and back in. Even in Ezechima's story, it's the same thing. It was recorded that when he fled Benin, that he arrived at Agbo first, they moved on to Obio, and then onwards, like that, back all the way until his children went back all the way back to, Onitsha. So the thing is, the word easy, and it's just very funny when they say easy is a derivative of the full word onye na-eze, one who worships God. If you go and put it on Google now, onye na-eze, he who worships God. And it's from the Inri civilization where the priest king, where you mention those who used to serve as mediators for the people. In Igbo land we had those who were the priest kings, whose sole duties were religious, which was to mediate between the people and God. And we also had our republican system where the chiefs, the leaders will sit and over the affairs of people. But there was that distinction. So the word Eze is actually, it doesn't actually mean king in itself. It's actually from the full name word, Onyene Eze Chukwu, he who worships God. And it was on that basis, because in our Igbo culture, we venerate God so much. So when you placing that person who is the priest king, as in because he actually mediates between the people and God, is why we say, okay, he's the priest king in that, but it's restricted to religious duties only, you know. So, and here's a Chima story, which is about 16th century. It's not the story of Western Igbo land. At the border of Igbo land, there is Agbo that has existed. Agbo existed, the Dean of Agbo was crowned before the first Oba of Benin. Before that time, when the Ogiso dynasty was going on in Igodomigodo, we had the Ogele dynasty in Agbo. So, and the first Dean of Agbo was crowned in 1260 before the first Oba of Benin. It's just that the Benin, there was the Benin Empire that had preeminence, you understand, in terms of, because of the contact with the white men and all of that. And this was, say, around the time the empire was at its peak, between maybe the 14th to 18th century, you know. So this is just it. That people will say that they are from Benin. I really don't, without any evidence, we don't have any cultural affinity. The Benin system, the language and everything is different. It's just that we share similarities. And interestingly, because of the influence of Ezechima and his people in Benin Kingdom, the Benin is also adopted before market days. It's on record. Before market days that is shared in Igbo land, it was also adopted by the Beninese. You know, so this is where the crisscross of cultures and all our interactions happen. But we are distinct people. That's just the truth.
Thank you. Okay, so before we go to the video, if anybody has a quick answer. Only 1 second. So there is also
I just wanted
question.
to add to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to add in terms of as regards the question of when did the Igbos in the West migrated and what time. Each Igbo community in Delta, let me just use the word Delta State or Bendel, like they would say, each Igbo community there, they didn't migrate at once. So each one has their own migration story and when they arrived there. But the youngest could be, let's see, the youngest is at least 1,000 years old. That is a very long time because people migrated from somewhere indeed. But in terms of when they migrated, we've been there. At least I can, even to my own, I think my own town is even one of the youngest towns in Delta State as I speak, because we also know we migrated from what do you call it, to them from Okwane. My ancestor, would I say my progenitor of my town, migrated. The progenitor of my town migrated from present day Ndokwa, local government, to where we are precisely. And you can trace the Ndokwa interconnected history. But the point I'm trying to make here is that the youngest of the Igbo towns or Igbo groups in present day Delta State is at least 1,000 years old in terms of sojourning and migrating to where they are at this point. So we are very old there. So we can, given the time we have spent there, lay claim and say this is our ancestral land, because we developed the land and the community and the culture in that land, because those lands as we speak those lands before they came in were barren. We did not conquer anybody to take it over. We moved to fresh virgin land, and which is what most of the Igbo migratory stories speak to. We didn't go and conquer people and take over their land. We went to virgin lands, and we, cultivated those lands and turned them into homes and villages and towns. So by that right, that is our ancestral land. That's just what I wanted to add to that conversation.
Thank you, Onye. And I think that is for many.
I have a question.
Hold on one second, Kuka. 1 second. I said that speaks to for many other people as well. That migration is part of how life people moved in terms of where they are in their ancestral journey. Bonka, go ahead.
Yes. So I have a question for Max. Max, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Bonka.
Yes,
I'm here.
You're my professor today. Yeah. So, there's a Chima story. I'm just hearing it, and it actually makes a lot of sense. And I really appreciate this session today because I've learned something. But now that's where it gets a little bit complicated. So if he left Benin to go to Onitsha, how come that all through that while he still pledged allegiance to Benin? I thought it was a falling apart between them, which of course was well documented, but almost everything about Onitsha was greatly influenced by Benin in many ways. And in fact, I think they had a monarchy system, a centralized monarchy system, which was not common in Igbo land at that time. And there was a time Benin was under siege by the Galas. They were coming in to take Onitsha, and that was what led to the Igala and Benin War, where the Portuguese kind of used guns, musket guns, for the first time to help the Benin people. I believe it was still during this Oba Sige time. And for a long time, the symbol of authority of the Obi is the Ada and Eben, which is, of course, important symbolic authorities in Benin. So if Ezechime represented Igbo spiritual authority, why was he coming back to that place but taking a lot of things that seemed like Benin ideologies to kind of build the new structure he was building at Onitsha? That's the question I thought to ask, just for clarification.
Okay, a quick one, Bunka. It is also factual that Washuku is the oldest in times of, just like people will tell you that Anambra is the oldest Igbo song. You understand? And if you get to my local government, where I'm from, people will tell you that Umudioha is the oldest Eziago song. Because we often identify the first son. So Ezechime was not the first son of Nre. The other older son had established, dynasties, and they were already living large on the West Niger Igbo land even before Ezechime was sent to Benin as a princely medicine man. So, but when he settled in Benin, he had wives, had family, and he was also successful. So when he was leaving Benin, just like also somebody mentioned here, that similarity, because culture copying or adaptation is not a one-way thing, it's a dual-way thing, that you would see that Benin also observe some kind of Igbo market. Should I now say that why are they adopting an Igbo market if they are not descendant of Igbo people? It's just for me, I don't think I would ask that question. But Washuku dynasty is preeminent to that of Benin, but has never grown bigger than Benin. Just like we know that the first son must not always be richer, or the oldest must not always be richer or more influential. So, it will not actually be historically interesting for some people. I'm not talking about Gunkana, for some people who had asked questions about, how is it that the West Niger is not from Benin? It even made sense to ask that how is it that Benin did not take from them, knowing that Ogwashuku is older than that of Benin, you know. So as it concerns Ezechima actually left. Yes, they had an issue, but it all depends on the individual, whether the issue is what he considers to be bitter political issue that he's ready to kill anybody for, and he's ready to deny some things for. So I strongly believe, in my own opinion, that it's just a fellow who understood the year there's an issue, but I've also learned a lot of things from these people. And don't also forget, as it concerns Onisha people traded with the Benins a lot. They related with the Benins a lot. The Benins bought even slaves at times from them. So there's a lot. There are cultural relation and proximity that shows that they copied a lot of things from them, which is why it's easier to see that in West Niger Igbo land, you see Omu everywhere. Omu is the one who holds the power to consult for the leadership in place. But when you go to Igbo heartland, you don't see Omu. We don't have Omu there. You understand? So you have Omu in Asaba. That is not contestable that they are not Odani descendant from Onri. You know, you have Omu in what is it called? Yeah, in Ogwashuku. That is not contestable that they are Nebisi children from Teja, also an Onri, you know, son. You understand? But we do also have Omu also in. So these are things, basically we just copy whatever we like. You understand? So there are also similarity with Yoruba and the Igbo heartland, which is why an Igbo man will tell you Miri, Yoruba will tell you Omi. You know, a lot of similarity. If I take time to pen down languages that, you know, if you're not a Yoruba person, you will only see, even if you're a Yoruba person or you're an Igbo person, you only see 1 digit or 2 digits difference in pronunciation and spelling. I will pen down more than 20 for you. You understand? Which was why Chosas believed that the Igbos and Yorubas were one in the Niger River confluence, the body of water that was considered clean in that area. And after some 1 or 2 disagreements, they moved. And you would also understand that the Bantu, as we have it as a race, that moved as far as the East Africa and founded what we call Swahili by infusing with the Arabs, the Asians, and we now have Swahili language. Originally, the Bantu homeland was the southeastern Nigeria, like the area that will have to maybe Abia, Akwa Ibom, Calabar, down to Cameroon side. Because these were actually the most outstanding agriculturalists in Africa, the Bantu people. And this was how they moved from this area that I just told you, down, and when they got to the modern day area of either Angola, they divided. Then they now had the southern Bantu and the northern Bantu that ended up in East Africa, and the southern Bantu ended up in South Africa, and ended up dislodging the Khoi and the San, and became the warlike people in South Africa. You understand? So movement then is not a big issue. You remember that a total community of 5,000 people can just lose their king. And from that day, they lost their king and buried their king. They immediately moved from that vicinity and moved to close to somewhere around 400 kilometers to resettle again. They don't want to live where they have buried their own. You know, but it doesn't really change the fact that this was where they moved from. No. So it's not like now where, you know, luxury and innovation has limited our ability to move naturally as humans. If we don't have luxury vehicle, we don't move. Then trekking is a thing of joy. Thank you, Bunka. I appreciate it, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, let me just add to what Max was saying. Okay, Wonka, your question specifically was why does all the towns and villages and all that is a Chima established? Why do they have recent history. The British archives you're referring to is very recent. We're talking 17th century.
You're
we're talking
very correct, Oyankete.
Yeah, we're talking 17th century,
British
18th
document,
century.
It's
It's
just
very, very recent.
it's
in
not older than
comparison.
Yeah, so now to explain the British document, it's based on the influence the Benin Empire had in that region. Onitsha was an ally, was a very close ally to Benin.
Not a vassal
It wasn't like a vassal state of Benin. That's something we should differentiate.
So
being an ally, the Oba does have that sort of influence based on the empire. There are so many empire communities that we have. Like.
It's a relationship. It's not when you say influence, you're saying the Oba influence.
Okay, probably I'm not using the right word here. Probably I'm not using the right word here.
It's not an influence.
Sorry, can I?
They influence each other actually.
Can I say something?
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Max, thank you for your nice submission, but I think there is a big mistake you made, and I want to clarify. I mean, when we do history, like
FBI. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Can we allow him to finish his points? Then we'll come back to you.
All right.
Please finish your point. Thank you.
Okay. This is what happened. If we want to make reference, for instance, to British document, we would understood that British were basically, during the legitimate trade, and then the illegitimate trade, and then the legitimate trade again. So British document is actually very young, to actually use as a modality to explain about our settlement and leadership system. But somehow it's possible. Remember, during the first illegitimate trade during slavery, the Onisha had arrived, and most of British and Portuguese also buys. Remember, Benin has a special relationship with the Portuguese, and somehow Onisha took part in selling slaves to the Benin people. And over time, depending on what you're exchanging your slaves with, at the early stage, it started with 1 slave for 2 gun. At when it got to the white people that these black people love gun a lot, they begin to do inferior gun and begin to climb up to 1 slave to 4, 8 gun, and so on and so forth. But this is the point that we should all have behind us, so that we don't jump A and get to C and start arguing about C. If you check online and you type Nri, you would see that Nri influence is extended to Ogwashuku. It means that the Ogwashuku dynasty is an Nri descendant. And this same dynasty is superior in terms of age. I'm not talking about dominance, in terms of age to that of Benin. And if they were superior in terms of age to that of Benin, it would be actually historical recklessness to even mention Benin in reference. Oh, sorry, a call disconnected me. It will be a historical rascality to mention Benin in reference to Nri. When Nri, descendant in Ogwashuku, also preceded, the Benin in terms of age. So, having said that, I do not think that we should dwell on this for too long. When it comes to influence doesn't really matter, because over time, empire can rise and empire can die. You understand? That is the fact. Somebody who is strong today might not be strong tomorrow. So, and the British, when they came, they choose according to whom they feel that suits them. The Uwato port that the Portuguese established with the Benin as port of trade, slaves and all other article of trade. The British came, they inherited it, and it was a powerful place for them, which cannot be compared to what they had with Onisha people. So by proxy, the Benins were buying slaves, not really raiding slaves. They were buying slaves from the Igbo heartland of the West Niger up down to Onisha. And in trade, you copy whatever you like. If Onisha people felt that what we're seeing in Benin is interesting, they could mimic it. Let me tell you, if the British did not come, maybe by now, more than half of Igbo heartland would have copied Onisha. We will not come here today and say the Benins had influence on Abakaliki people, on Enugu people, or on Oka people and the Newi people. No.
So let's actually argue based on what we should be able to explain to our people, defend, so that our history can make sense.
Okay,
Thank you.
Max. Thank you.
Yeah, Max. Yeah,
We've
Kushiba, just a
established.
second.
Yeah, we've
Kushiba.
spent a long time on this, but yes,
Yeah,
go
I'll
on,
just,
somebody now.
I'll just quickly say this now. Yeah, so let's not confuse or conflict influence with conquest. So influence can come through association, it can come through conquest, it can come through trade, but it doesn't take away the fact that there was an influence. Just as when you look over in the northern or the eastern axis, you can see the arrow, the Ibibio influence in that axis. You would see the Obasi. I think that's been spoken about. And in similar ways, in that same region, like it's established that the people in Anioma up to Owa, Agbo, those were ancient resettlements. Now, with the growth of the Benin Empire, there was an influence. That influence could be through conquest. It could be
that's
through
exactly
trade.
what we just discussed now. That there was influence.
Yeah. No, we need to clarify. So it doesn't seem like, hey, what you're trying to, we're trying to push away anything Benin. No, that's not the idea. Because in history, we got to be really, really factual. Yeah, bro. You know what I mean?
I haven't pushed away anything. What I'm saying is that cultural relation, especially on frontier spaces, where another people meet another people. Cultural copying is not a one-way thing, it's a two-way thing. And I gave you an example. I said, if the Benins can copy the Igbo market days, tell me why the Onitsha cannot copy the Igbo central leadership, or Onitsha cannot copy the Benin central leadership system. There's no denier in this statement.
So the Benin market days is only influence on Benin, such as the Onitsha kingship system is Benin influence on Onitsha. That's what it is.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, I think it's
except you were not listening. You were not listening because I said yes. That's what they copied. If they found it interesting, they copy it.
Yeah, that's what we're trying. We're trying to establish. Letting Bonka know that the influence was a two-way thing. You know. So, but the Onitsha was not a vassal state to Benin at any point.
No,
in time.
It wasn't. I would say that. Yeah, it wasn't a vassal state.
So that's about.
All right, I think we spent a long time on this. Thank you. This is well established now. Thank you, FBI. I know you had a question. If we can go straight to it, and then we'll play the last video. Go ahead, FBI.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify something that Mr. Mark said. Mr. Mark said something that the Benin, they fought and they conquered for Lagos. Now, and that is why they only have Obas in Lagos. Do you? Not in any way in Yoruba land, according to him. That is absolutely wrong, because Oba is a Yoruba word, and all the Yoruba lands, we have Oba. And before you can even get to Lagos, there's no how you will not pass through Ibadan, which is the strong Yoruba defense. So now, the people who actually fought with the Yoruba people are the Fulani, and they were stopped at Ilorin. So I don't know how the Benin people conquered Lagos. Please elaborate.
Okay. Let me tell you one truth. Actually,
Max, do you want Bonka to take that?
I can take it. I can take it in a jiffy.
Max,
let Bonka take it.
Okay.
Yeah. Bonka, are you there? Okay, it looks like Bonka is not there. Okay, Max, maybe go ahead.
Let me tell you, if you type online the Benin influence on Yoruba land, if you did not see from the best of Yoruba professors, and even of recent, the Oba of Lagos, Akiolu, mentioned when he insulted the Oni, that Oba is not a Yoruba kingship, that his descendants were from Benin. Let me tell you also, in late 16th centuries, the Oba of Benin influence got to Lagos Island. And what you have today in Yoruba land to be what they call royal families. While Oba of Benin was conquering, his soldiers, not Oba himself, while Oba General was conquering to Lagos, when the first place they got to was Ido, And when they get to wherever they get, they feel that they have covered a lot of distance. They put a military leader. When they approach again, they put a military leader. And when eventually they got to Lagos Island, they felt that this is where they were coming from. They established a leader there. Now, let me tell you, at that point in time, don't get it wrong. The Awori people owns Lagos. Yoruba people owns Lagos. Lagos belongs to Yoruba people. So when the Benins were conquering, they were not conquering empty land. They were conquering people.
So who are the people?
The first,
hold on one second, guys. Please, 1 second.
Let me explain.
We are focusing on the Igbo, so we give Max a few seconds to round up.
I'll quickly
go to Bunker. Yeah, please let's not go to the Yoruba history because that's not the scope of this.
I'll quickly do it. Now this is how eventually Benin left Lagos. Don't get it wrong, Lagos to the original owners. When the Benin leader, who was in Ega Idungoro in Lagos Island, where the Oba Palace is located, when he died, his servant Asheru, who was a loyal Yoruba son, at that point in time, Oba had also taken 1 or 2 Yoruba wives. Asheru took it upon himself because his master had told him that Benin sons cannot be buried outside Benin land. He took his loyal soldiers and took his boss back to Benin Empire. On that note, the Omonoba Apolopolo declared, hence, our territory on the island of Lagos will belong to you and your descendants. That was what now led to Yoruba people taking over what they had lost respectfully. And all the various Benin military families that they were stated at various spaces as they were conquering was what we know today to be the royal families in Lagos. Because over time also, those families also transcended power to the original owners that they took it from, the Yoruba people. Check anywhere you like. If you take time, I can give you a web-presented document by Lagos State government, how they explain their history.
Can I say something, please? Can I say just one thing, please? Okay, is the Benin bigger than Yoruba land? If
I'm not.
Please,
let me. Let's not go into the Yoruba.
You're getting it wrong.
Yeah. So Yoruba.
In
Hold
17th
on,
century.
Max, 1 minute, please. I apologize. Apologize to everybody. We do need to keep the topic focused on the Igbos. We can have another room where the Yoruba nation would host this history, and we will come there to be part. But I will also give one kind of opportunity to respond to this, and then we need to move on. But Max, can you just land your plane in about 30 seconds so that we can move to Bunker? Thank you.
So it's quickly possible that at this point, the Yorubas Lagos is not really part of their problem. Maybe that would have been the reason. But let me also remind you so that you know, in 1777, when the Kiriji War, which we know today to be Ekiti-Parapor War, which was one of the longest indigenous war in Africa, fought by Yoruba people among themselves, about leadership, about market route to slave trade, and so on and so forth. When old Oyo, because the old Oyo kingdom, when Oyo was at its peak, is not where it was today. It's on the northern fringe between the Yorubas border on the Kwara-Ilorin axis. But at that point in time, Oyo had moved down because of the Alimis and their kind. Ibadan was rising to power. Ibadan became an emerging power. And at some point, Ibadan was becoming unruly.
Max, you do need to round up, please.
The Benin,
to move away from this.
Okay, Benin, as small as they were, mediated by calling Ibadan to order that if they don't stop rising against their fellow Yoruba states, that Benin will come on board and put sanity. And Ibadan, after that, even though Ibadan did not respond, but after that, they were forced to behave.
Thank you.
Fact. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Wonka, please, what's your response to this?
Max, don't start trouble. Okay, let me.
Max, I think this is a topic we need to have on Yoruba Nation, and I think you should be part of the people on that session. I would discuss from the back end, and we would arrange it. But in true, the word Oba is a Yoruba word. It's a prefix. So Oba in Yoruba means somebody in charge. So, like now, if you look at the prefix of the old leaders at Ife, they always start with Oba. One of them is the renowned Obatala, Oba, OBA, and then it says the leader in white. Tala means white. So there was Oba Mary, there was Oba Winry, and then there was Oba Lufon. So that the word Oba is not really native to Benin like that. And you remember that when they wanted to start the Obaship, that was when the Ogeamen started. And Ogeamen means Benin has no Oba. So, I mean, it started out like that. Now, Lagos was not conquered per se, but Lagos respected the power and suzerainty of Benin. And they had that truth that instead of fighting, let's have an arrangement. It was already a structured state by a man called Ogunfunminire, and his 12 sons were already the leaders at the 12 provinces known as Lagos. They are the Ibejo chiefs. They are known as the White Caps. So the arrangement now was that Benin will be in charge of, and this was during the reign of Oba Orogwa, son of Oba Isige, the same Isige we were talking about. So the arrangement was that he will be in charge of commerce. He would be in charge of public relations and foreign exchange, but the land would always belong to the Dutch chiefs. And that was why the tension started when Dosumus ceded the land of Lagos to the British, and the Dutch chiefs started to now fight back to say, no, a king of Lagos does not have power over the land, so it's not his to give away. That was what led to the Amadou Tijani case in London when they took his land at Takwa Bay to build a seaport, and he won that case. His name was Amadou Tijani. It was Abat Macaulay that was his law, like his spokesman, not his lawyer, but he helped him translate.
Bonga,
So
don't
yes,
offend it. Let me take you by your
Yeah.
word. Let me ask you one simple question so that we don't argue. Have Benin military ever dominated and expanded their influence to Lagos so much so that this relation now came on board? I know about Ogunfunminire. Just that was the guy's
absolutely. They had their garrison there, but war never really happened between them and the indigents of Lagos. The war was avoided through kind of peaceful negotiation. And the man that was putting the garrison was Orogwa, because he schooled in Portugal and he wanted to take the coastal regions because he understood its importance in naval trade and the wealth it can bring to a nation. So it wasn't really a conquest as you put it, but of course the people there understood Benin's power and influence, and they decided to use it in a positive way. That okay, rather than engage these people and fight them, let's have an arrangement. But I don't think we should go a lot on this topic here.
Yeah, thank you.
So that it doesn't get things. But Mark, for real, I respect you a lot. So we can have it somewhere else and do engage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. So that's another topic for the Yoruba Nation. Please invite us. We're very much happy to join those conversations on the Yoruba Nation. Let me do a reset quickly. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Those of you that's just joining the room. This is the Anioma Forum, and today we're talking about the Igbos outside of the southeast states or region. Sorry. And we've established that we have Igbos in Delta State. We've talked about the history of the Igbos and the Anioma people in Delta State. We also have looked at the Igbos in Benue some time ago. We will be having a room under the Igbo Nation talking about the Igbos in Kogi State on Thursday. So please do make that a date. So for the purpose of this conversation today, we're focusing on just the Igbos in Delta and the Igbos in the River State. I think we also have talked about some of the history of Igbos in River State. Hisba has a video to continue playing. I think also there's a video coming up which is to do with Igbos who are not in Nigeria. So again, let me just say this. We also established that there are Igbos in a couple of African countries, which I think Max will tell us about soon. But we also, sorry, Hisba, did you want to say something to add to that?
Yeah, of course. I have a message here about the Igbos. Hold on, let me. Jamaica is, somebody wrote, that is Lacrosse. He said, Jamaica is Igbo 80%. I know for a fact. My friend literally told me he's willing to go and fight for Biafra. The other guy casually did Igbanku for his daughter who married Arochukwu guy. They are very much aware, even in Barbados.
Wow, that's amazing.
If any of our people here can validate that.
Jamaica, 80, what do you call it? Barbados, those places had a majority of shipments from Calabar. So you have most of those people from around that region who are predominantly Igbos. Then you also have them also in the south, Georgia and all those other places, some other, just scattered around those islands. Very large population, by the way. And there's also the influence of some of the voodoo, Igbo voodoo as well. Yeah. So I remember at the time I was in, that was one of the Southern American countries, and I was seeing all the juju and everything, and they looked very similar to, like I was seeing the jujus, I was just relating to them very well. So yeah, so it looked very similar to actually what we have back home.
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I've seen that.
So the guy from Haiti, and his name was Toussaint. I'm not sure if people have heard of his name. He was the one that led the Haiti revolution. Toussaint something. Toussaint was actually of Igbo heritage, and most of the people he mobilized with him were Igbos. And that revolution really scared America so much that America was very sensitive about people they were bringing from two particular regions. One was the Igbo-dominated region, and one was from the Congo regions. That was why they made that law then, that if you took people from Igbos, make sure that you do not sell them to the same place. So when they get to Mississippi, they always make sure they're totally separated. And that was where the concept of detribalizing blacks, something that has messed up the African American community till today. Because if you look at those in Brazil and other regions, they still have their ethnicity intact. But the Americans won't stop because the Haiti revolution scared them a lot. That's another topic to have, Queen Shiba. Because I mean, these are things
Bonka is so right. Bonka, you are so right on that. The fear of the people coming together as one has always been a major threat.
Bonka, what can
when
the
it comes
topic
to the Igbo
of this thing be? Let us.
Igbos in Haiti. We can use that.
Igbo is still there. Story of Toussaint, Haiti.
Okay. We'll
can you message me on that back channel or forward?
Yes, no problem. Yeah.
His by creating it now. That's good.
And Bonka is not just Haiti, even southern Mexico, Guatemala, Panama, those regions. You would see like elements of our culture.
I met a lady here. She's pure Mexican. She says she has 40% DNA of Igbo people.
Oh yes, I've been to that region, so I could.
So when the start TDX was Igbo, I said no wonder. The man don't capture all Dallas business.
Don't go there. Okay. All right, guys. Hisba, you will be surprised because you don't know the massive number of your protos that were sold to slavery. They sold Igbo people like mass.
And it's not just Igbo and Yoruba.
They sold Yoruba, but now this is reason why the Igbo's own is actually eye-catching. Because they were one of the last to lay hand on arms and firearms and gun and gunpowder. They had been sold a lot before eventually they lay hand on gun. Because a lot of people in Yoruba land, some of the early slaves in Yoruba land were basically sold, maybe because there's a disagreement between the family and the leader, or people who don't like you, they wage you. But on Igbo land, just 5 people from the deltas in one family that has 5 guns can raid a complete community and go away with 50 people. And that's just it. When you see what gun has done to your brother, everybody comports themselves and be loyal. That's how bad it was.
Let's not even go there. Actually,
Yeah, we'll have another room.
Yeah. So
We'll have another room for that. But let's take Okay has been flashing his mic, so let's hear from you, Okay, before we move on. Go ahead.
Hey, how are you guys doing? I'm the guy that Deja mentioned earlier. That video that you have up, I'm actually mentioning in that video. Well, I received my Igbo name from my uncle, His Majesty Chukwemeka Iri, from mom's side, in 2017. In Anambra State, I actually received my market day name Okafor this past year in this virtual ceremony that you guys have pinned up. Regarding the Jamaicans, about 40% of all the enslaved Africans to make it to to be imported to South Jamaica were from the Bada Biafra. So a large percentage of those were Igbo, you're right. In terms of America, 36,000 Igbo, or 36,000 people were shipped from the Bada Biafra and the Bada Benin directly to Virginia. And out of that 36,000, about 30 to 31,000 of them were Igbo. And so right now it's estimated that about 65% of African Americans have at least one Igbo ancestor within the last 250 years. For me, I have found 117 of my families across Africa who contributed an ancestor to my family tree. Out of that 117, 46 of them were Igbo. Right, 57 of them were from Nigeria. Period. But 46 of those families were Igbo families. And they're living relatives, or they're living families. Right, these are the descendants of the families that stayed behind. So, for instance, one of my cousins is on stage right now, Chris O'Feely. Right, he's one of my actual relatives. He's already up. He's one of my actual relatives from Delta State and Imo State. All right, and so on my father's side, I have a lot of family in Imo State, but Chris is on my mother's side. He's my mother's father's side actually. So, like I said, I received the first part of my name, Chinyeme, in Nigeria in 2017 when I went home for the first time, and I actually met some of my relatives while I was there. In fact, the first village that we went to, the kingdom that we went to, in Idu-Iri, that's some of my family on my mother's side. So I just wanted to you guys to put a face to the name.
So thank you very much for that. That's Mazes okay here. I am so happy to know that you are part of those who attended the virtual name taking, which I anchored and which we streamed live, and which I believe Hishba would play some clip when they were taking the names. You know, I would say, one name, my brother, you're once more welcome to the big family of the great Igbo people. So having said that, I think one of you reached out, I think that was Richard. We were trying to arrange where we would bring you guys once more to come into the studio virtually, that we will have more conversation. You may follow me and let's take that conversation. I'm trying to see how I can get some of you back again so we could do one more one-on-one conversations and we can explore your experiences, you know, since you've come home, and your experiences in terms of how you now relate to those at home and those with you in America. Thank you very much once more, my brother. Okafo. Ibo Nyenkani. No. Thank you.
Okay, please, let's do this. One of the moderators just said in touch with Okafor and Chris. I think Chris has been following me. I'm sorry, I just followed back. Please, Okafor, can you follow us back? We need to, always include you in whatever we are doing in our day-to-day activities as much as you can. You can always join us, the Igbo community in Clubhouse.
Yeah, our brother. This is so emotional for me, actually. Just hearing you speak, I really am so grateful that you came up to speak. And this is the thing. When we have these rooms, we actually don't know who's coming in and to who's expressing themselves. And I really thank you for coming up. And I say welcome home. And really, we really appreciate your presence here. We're hopefully that we're hoping that you follow us and you join us in more conversations. And I'll look forward to the room that Mazi, the thing that is going to host, the session is going to host. I hope that we get notification, Mazi, so that we can all participate in that conversation. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate it.
Can I say something?
Amaka, go ahead.
This testimony, as I call it, it's really amazing. Can you imagine that people are trying to trace their own history to understand how they are connected to the African race, and meanwhile, some of us are trying to be like our colonial masters. It just baffles me, and I'm really happy to hear from Okafor. It just refines that whatever we're doing here is not in vain. So carry on, Queen.
Thank you. And also just to appreciate the work that he would have put in to be able to trace his lineage back home. It's amazing. And we must acknowledge and applaud you, Okafor, for that. We are one people. I'm just looking at your picture now. You just look so much like one of my cousins,
Igbo is written in his face.
Yes, it's there. It's there. This is really emotional for me, but I really appreciate this, and this is even more. It gives me more desire to even do more of this kind of work, and see how we can connect to our people everywhere they are, and people also need to be aware. I think just reminded me of the rooms that happened recently. All of those conversations with Black Americans. We must understand that sometimes we're actually dealing with our own people. We are relating with our own people, So whilst you're having, whoever is having basketballs, just remember that you are actually dealing your brothers and your sisters. And it's important that we must approach those conversations with love, with grace. So Hisba, I don't know if anyone else wants to speak.
Just to buttress on what we are saying, I think we need to keep that contact with Okafor here. We need to keep that connect with him, especially because of his line of work. I was just going through his profile and I see that he's a genetic genealogist. If we can also have him, maybe in certain other conversations, he can help us understand how he does what he does, so that we can employ that scientific method that he used to identify himself, and his genealogy. We can even employ it scientifically to even our people here who are denying themselves. I'm just saying that because it's a very serious thing. We should employ probably the broad principles of genetic genealogy, the tools he used and everything. If he can, avail us that's his know-how, so that we can also employ that scientific side to making people understand that when we say you are Igbo, it's all about DNA. It's all about one specific origin and all that. So if we can employ that, it will also be of benefit to us here in Nigeria as well. So I want us to keep that contact with Okafor and make sure we engage him very, very well, Thank you.
I think Chris want to say something. His brother want to say something.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Where's the brother? You can go ahead. Yeah. So who's is it? Chris? Did you say?
Chris.
Chris. Okay, Chris, go ahead. Okay, it looks like Chris is not here.
Chris, I think your network. Can you step out and come back in?
You know, I'm actually just very curious. Hopefully one day, Kafu, I think maybe we should have a room at some point to us to explore. You know, how come what's your story? How come you went into this thing?
Exactly.
You started, your experiences.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
excited.
So let's keep him connected. We need him to bring his expertise in here so that we can use that to our benefit as well.
Yeah, let's hear from Okafor just briefly before we move on. Did you want to react to what we said, Okafor?
No, not really. Just wow. Thank you for this. Welcome. Yeah, so in that video, I'm not on camera, but you will hear me mention the person that conducts those naming ceremonies. She took my name around. So because I wasn't there for it, but I signed up for it. So you'll hear me mention when she says my market day name is Okorfu. So
okay.
But no. What do you guys want to know? What do you guys want to know?
We'll connect with you after this, and then we'll have a conversation, and then we can figure out what our topic would be when we have that conversation.
Okay, there is one person that I would like for you guys to hear. That's Bianca, who found out her stuff this year. So
awesome. All right, let's listen to Bianca. Bianca, over to you. Bianca, you there?
Yes.
Jack, let's hear Bianca. Thank you. Bianca, go ahead.
So I've been in here listening, of course, and I only came to the stage because my brother is on stage. Okay. And so just to, of course, add to what he's already said, he's really been the one who's been monumental in my journey on finding my Igbo family. And so my journey started last year when I first took the test. I already had pretty much Nigerian friends that were telling me, like, we already know that you're Nigerian, but go ahead and take the test. So after taking about 5 DNA tests, I did discover that I was predominantly Nigerian. And that's when I got connected with Chineme. And he showed me how to locate my relatives. And so when I began to locate my relatives, I wound up finding 7 cousins. And all of them were Igbo. And so got a chance to talk to them, get to know them. And it was really, me taking this test was really fueled by my desire to go home. So I was able to actually visit Nigeria in May, and I came home in May, and I was able to stay for a month. I went to a wedding. It was just a whole bunch of stuff that I did, and I got really acclimated to culture and learned how to cook and all of those things. And didn't get a chance to visit the village yet, but I'll be coming back next year sometime. But all of my family that has reached back out to me has been very loving, and they've been very instrumental in helping me really connect to the culture. So I too got the name. My Igbo name is Mwachioma, and I got that. I think it was in February, Chineme, when we had the naming ceremony. And so I've just been really persistent about learning that part of my heritage that was stolen from me. So I've been taking Igbo classes, and I've learned quite a bit. So I guess that's the bit of my story. But I'm embracing my culture and what was stolen from me. So I've spent 34 years of my life as an African American woman. And the most part of what I know is American. And so I'm excited to spend a grip of my years from here on out learning about what was stolen from me. And so that's what I wanted to share. But thank you all so much for holding this space. And also, I also wanted to add that Chineme inspired me because I've been helping people do their lineage and do their research as well. And I'm actually in school right now to get my certification as a genealogist as well. So I'll be glad to help where I can as well.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow. Oh my God. This is high. So much.
Yeah. Can I say something?
My goodness.
Don't punish all the slave traders.
Oh my goodness.
Cook party rice now for them.
We are celebrating them right now. Please now, Jollof, please, party rice now.
We love you guys.
Can somebody give them one crate of ompa on my behalf?
In fact, Isba, please get a music ready. Somebody should get a music ready, an Igbo music ready after Akuche.
I swear.
Yeah, after a very nice one. Okay, okay, Akuche, please go ahead.
Thank you, Queen. I just want to say that your charming, hey, I'm just translate that.
Please speak in English for them.
Yes, I will do that. You know, the white people messed us up. They did a grave injustice to us. And coincidentally, just last night before I went to bed, I don't know why I was thinking about it so much. And I thought about, you know, the slave era and how many people right now in different parts of the world, especially in the US, will be, you know, fighting with some kind of like internalized identity crisis.
Akuche, did we lose you?
Yeah, you lost me for a second. The call was coming in, but I hung up.
All right, go ahead.
So like just not knowing, you know, and how that can you know translate to so many different things and so many areas in their lives. It's just so mind-boggling. But what I wanted to say, what I wanted to just add to this was I came in not so long ago, and I think I hopped on when Max and some other people were talking about like the lineage and different things about like Igbo with Benin and all. I just want to mention that my mom is from somewhere in Delta State called Umoju. I don't know if there's anyone here who's familiar with that. And they migrated from Ondo State, like her grandfathers, you know, ancestors and all of that. They migrated from Ondo State, somewhere called Owo, and I don't know where that is.
I think Akuche was getting a call. Okay, go ahead. Yep.
Sorry. Now they're in Delta State, and then their language is pretty.
Akuche, do you want to take the call and come back, or do you want to finish up?
Oh my gosh, it's just my older son just bugging me. Let me just land my point. So my mom is from Ubodu. Their language is Yoruba, 100%. You know, but they're very close to where, like, I'm from Onichuku, which is very close to Seluku. And for example, my cousins, they go by Moyo. They say things like Jekalowe, which is the same thing in Yoruba. That means let's go have a bath or something like that. Like the languages are there's no difference. They have names like Ayo and things, you know, very, very close. And I think that's one of the closest that I've seen. I don't know if there's any, and I might be wrong, but I don't know if there's any other like any other areas that are so close like that in language where they're like almost completely separated. So I just really like connected when someone gave an example of how like whole communities can migrate from one place for one reason or the other, but that doesn't change who they are, like their lineage. They're still those people, right? So my mom speaks Igbo and she also speaks this language. So because of that, she's completely fluent in Yoruba, but she's technically Yoruba in a way, even though she is Delta Igbo somehow. But
what is technically Yoruba?
I don't know.
She's Yoruba.
She's Yoruba, pretty much, right? All their names and everything is so similar, but they also have similarities to Igbo because there's some parts of their language that's also kind of Igbo. It's just so interesting. I just wanted to say that.
Actually, we had this. I think we had it before you came in, where I think it was a Max or someone was saying about two or three villages or two or three places in Delta Delta Igbo areas that actually are Yoruba lands in there, that they migrated there. Yeah, so we talked about it when we're looking at about the history. So that just obviously confirms it.
One minute. Who's that?
Samuel, we'll come to you in a minute after Gunka.
Yeah. So let me give a quick background of
Igbo music.
So let me give we're going to kind of go because of you guys, we're going to have a session and we're going to deal with how the slavery concept, how it happened all through and put a lot of things in perspective so that we can know these backgrounds. But most of the slaves at the earlier times, they were taken more from the interiors of the Bright of Biafra region, and that was because the Igbo people, for up until the 1700s, they didn't have their military formation. So in fact, this was one of the things that forced them to now decide that, hey, we can't keep just allowing people to just take us anyhow. We need to build ourselves together and start to defend our territory. You know, so they usually the most notorious raiders were the Galas. But their region came around the 1600s. The empire emerged around the same time. Benin was expanding from a kingdom to an empire. Benin started expanding into an empire during the reign of Oba Ikwere. And Ikwere, I believe, was the grandfather of Orogwa. So it was three phases. Ikwere conquered, and then Esige also expanded, and then his son Orogwa now took the coastal region. That was the three periods that kind of expanded that empire. So the Galas used to take the Igbos, and then they would send them to the Boni River. It was from the Boni River that they sold most of them. So the earlier places like America, every part of the French colony was dominated mostly by Igbos. So I don't know how fertile Igbo is with the way they took many of them, and still with what happened in Biafra, they're still majority. There must be some fertility blessing somewhere among Igbo people. But now this was what happened at that time, and almost everywhere that you saw a French colony, and their major golden colony then was the Haiti that we spoke about, because the crude oil of our time is what they had at that time was sugarcane, and one of the most important part of the sugarcane places, great sugarcane, was Haiti. So also all the part that you see that is Louisiana, most of that part, it used to actually be French. So what you see as New Orleans and all that in America today, it used to be French colony. This man, Napoleon, sold it to America to be able to raise money, to be able to take back Haiti from the slaves, from the slaves that revolt. And this is the very interesting thing. They revolted at the time of Napoleon. If you knew how powerful Napoleon was, how great a military strategist he was, for them to have stood up to him at that time was something of pride. And the reason why you see Haiti, a destroyed country today, a very impoverished country today, is because they made up their mind that Haiti would never be able to live to tell a story that they built a prosperity from revolting the white man. So this was all the things that happened. So by the time that they started taking the Yoruba slaves, right, it has already been abolished. The Yoruba slaves, they started taking them around the 17 and 1800s after the Fulani invasion. And that's why you see that more of the Yoruba slaves were taken to South America, to the Portuguese regions, because even though the North had banned slavery, that's the British and France, because by that time they were thinking of industrial revolution and colonialism. So they felt like we need to get these people to trust us, and they can never trust us if we continue to rate them as slaves. So that's why they now put a stop to it, and they started taking some black people and started using them. That was when they had the Forabe and Sierra Leone, and they started kind of
using them to build the confidence they need. So they were the ones that came back home to tell people that, oh, no, white men are not like that anymore. It's free to accommodate them. They're not going to raid you. But so that's why you see that those mostly to the north had a lot of Igbos, but mostly to the south of Brazil and those regions had a lot of Yoruba people. The only exception in the northern region is Cuba. For some reason that I don't understand, Cuba had more Yoruba slaves, but all the other regions, especially the French parts, it had more of Igbos. So I just said to summarize that, but we're going to have a session where I'm going to break it, or not me, we, because there are a lot of historians here. We're going to break it one by one, how they were taken, where they were taken to, the rebellion along the way, many of them that even committed suicide because they refused the slavery, their resilience, and the reason why a lot of things were made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ponka. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to have a little bit of a celebration. So this is an emotional moment for all of us. For me personally, like it's not every time we get this kind of moment. It's something that we should celebrate. I feel like we should have more of these moments, and I really am so happy that we have our brother and our sister here.
Queen, at some point, sorry to cut in. At some point, if possible, give Dayo an option to talk because he's also very deep in things like that. Maybe not now, but at some point.
Please, may I interject briefly before we all continue?
Samuel, you were on the list. Okay, Samuel, go ahead.
Because usually I can speak in English, but I would, for the purposes of the mixed audience, try to speak in both Igbo and in English. Manda, the crux of my contribution is to labor a certain point I find to be very compelling always. Because how do we say our names as indigenous people? Do we refer to ourselves as the Igbo, which is an anglicized form of our name, or do we say we are Igbo? Thank you very much.
Igbo. Kamzagi, anyị bụ ndị Igbo.
Words together, the G and the B. Egota. Wanya o Igbo, oburo Igbo. Chigozionu, God bless you. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Thank you so much, my brother Samuel. Thank you. All right, so we're going into music. Is our music ready? We want to dance the break.
Welcome our new brother.
Hold on.
Who's asking question again? Let's listen to music.
Who is that? Smokey, mute your mic.
I'm the one. Check your back channel.
All of you want to. Okay. Who else? Is it Smokey?
Smokey, mute your mic. Okay.
I bet we are putting master.
Oh, right. Okay, please, let's move on to the music. We'll take people's comments in a minute. Okay, Balogun, do you want to say something? Yeah, just wait.
hold on a second.
Thank you so much.
Nice drop.
Really nice.
Check your back channel.
Balogo, they need to check Balogo's DNA.
I did tell you.
If you PTR, you see me in
Okay. Oh wait, someone was saying something.
Biko ndị niile nọ ebe a o nwekwara onye na-ekpokọ ego m na-atụ o nwere ego m na-etu unu
Hold on. Hold on. Bianca and Bianca anyway. It's Baka girls. Okay. Bianca has a music. Yes.
Wherever you are joining us tonight, we are also using this opportunity to welcome our brothers and sisters that are joining us tonight. I'm Andibo Jefelembo Wanine. We are all over the world. We are bigger than we thought we are, my brothers. We are strong people. We are resilient. Nwanne anyị nwoke Okafọ anyị na-ekenekwa gị sị gị nnọọ. Ụkwụ ji bata ka ị ga-ejikwa na. Our ancestors continue to lead and guide you wherever you are as an Igbo man. As an Igbo woman, we say you are welcome in our midst today. All the moderators of this room, I greet you all. Ada wine when Shiba in a mouth massing the Wakiji. Anasi atuolo malo amalo atuolo feko feyi sinafia. One night wine Bianca and Asikwagin now. You are welcome in our midst. May the gods of our land, the gods of the Igbos, the blessings of the Igbos continue to follow you.
Et toi? Biko bunye nu ma
we are Igbos and Igbos we shall remain. I celebrate you all that you have identified with us tonight, wherever time you are. As we continue to relate, as we continue to come together all over the world, the gods of our land are strongly with us. As we open this topic, we were not aware that even the gods will invite our sisters and brothers to join us. What a time to be alive as an Igbo man. Mwa buzikwa Hisba Police DJ onye na-achụ nwada onye na-achụ
Thank you.
For those of you on YouTube, you want to see me dance. Onyenye m ji. Onyenye m nkwunji agba egwu nunu. Maazị Lankwụ.
Amazi m na nwanne m nwoke nwanne m nwaanyị nọ na mba ofesi na-asụ yo man. I've been looking for my brothers and sisters, not knowing they are far away, Texas or wherever, speaking yo man. Odogwu nwoke maazị, anyị na-ekenekwa gị, jidekwa ka iji, my brother. Justice Okono, asịkwa m gị nnọọ, daalụ sọ nwanna. Aga Johnny, ekenekwa m gị. So please talk to us. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First off, Dalu. Second off, if you look at my profile picture, that was me in 2017 in Anambra State, receiving my Igbo name, Chineme Iri, Prince Chineme Iri, from my uncle, His Majesty Chukwemeka Iri.
Oh, amazing. Oh my goodness. This is really emotional. Okay. All right. So we're gonna take one or two people, and then Hisba is going to play the naming ceremony. I think that also a number of people went to receive their naming certificate, and I believe there was a ceremony. So Hisba is going to play that. But if you have something to say, 1 minute, just 1 minute.
I first time.
Okay, let's take
Oga Johnny, please. We take Oga Johnny, please.
Okay, Johnny, go ahead.
Is Now for me.
We give him. We change his name to one the number.
Oh yeah,
yeah, one the number.
I like this something.
So that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Yes, Bonka has been a great support of Igbo Nation here, and Ambalogo as well. And we've got a lot of people who are with us, and I really appreciate them. We're also with them as well when they have their rooms. Okay, so who was the other person I wanted to speak?
It was me.
Ja, go ahead. 1 minute, please, because we need to go.
So, I have a question. I don't know whether it was on this clubhouse or somewhere.
because I know that the Aronchuku, they are very, how will I say, they are very much large in terms of wherever you can see them. Because like in Abia State, we have Aronchuku, the local government. Then we now have those in the Aba side, like the Arongwa. They are also the children of the Aronchukus. So there was I wasn't on this club, but I'm just trying to ask the people that know very much about history, about the Igbos in Equatorial Guinea. There was someone that was saying that those people are also the descendants of Aronchukus.
Yes, you're right. They're from the Bioko. Bioko is the name of the place. It's the island of Equatorial Guinea. It's called Bioko.
And also the Igbos in Gabon, because there was also, I heard that, because I love to read and I always love to do some research, that some of the Igbos in Gabon were doing, I think, was it before or during the time of the Biafran war that they left, which they were, I don't know where I had this thing, but I'm not sure. I'm trying to be very, very much sure for someone to correct me, that one of the, is it the president of Gabon or something like that, was a descendant of the Igbos, but I'm not too sure. I'm just trying to be, to know about it, to know very much about all these histories and all the rest. Because I know that we are, even some of us that grew up in Igbo land, I keep on saying this thing. We have, I don't know the kind of government that we have, that we impose much on us, knowing both our language, history, and many more. It's not about why I'm saying these things, because like this time around, like I kind of like, I don't know if I will start cursing the government, especially the Southeast governments or the governments. Let me say this thing, because why is it that in schools they don't impose us knowing about our history, our language? Like you see in a school whereby they will punish you for speaking Igbo. They will punish you and say it's vernacular. I mean, like all those kind of stuff. Like it is not that I very much understand. I mean, to be honest with you, I very much appreciate all the people here that know more about history that have been saying this thing, because all these things have been taken away from us, and that's the reason why you see somebody from Igbo land that can never know anything about where he came from, or can't even, you see somebody, an Igbo person behind the Igbo name, instead of knowing very much about the language that he or she bears the name, he would very much love to learn about the white man's language, like French, Spanish, and all the rest, and tell you, I'm fluent in this, I'm fluent in such language, but can't speak his or her own language and think that is local or is poor. I mean, now that I've kind of understand, if you see the way I'm talking now, you know that.
Can you round up?
Yeah, I'm just, but my question is like, we have to like, I just want to know about the Gabon, the Igbos in Gabon and all the rest. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Brian. Thank you.
Can I quickly say something?
Yeah, but look, before you go, we will have a room. I think we will explore that Hisba, the Igbos in Gabon and Haiti and Equatorial Guinea. We'll explore that at some point. Yeah, but look, go ahead.
Yeah, if you check my PTR, I know it's small, but let us do this, even if it's not going to be for 5-10 minutes. Let us change our PTR to this for the next 5 minutes and welcome our brother and our sister home. Check my PTR and let's do real quick. Thank you very much.
Oh wow. Wow, everybody, please let's welcome.
Balogun, are you sure you're not
Okay, I'm checking. God bless you.
This was fast.
This was really fast. Wow. Sorry, that was my dog. Apologies for that. I've just changed mine, so everybody change yours. We're welcoming our brother and our sister.
I think she have left. I think what's her name?
No, I'm here.
Okay. So.
When you do that, could you add the people from Guyana, British and Dutch Guyana? There are lots of Igbos who were dropped off. Our ancestors from the Bight of Bani used to be called the Bight of Bani, but really they call it now the Bight of Biafra. and there are many in Guyana, which is now formerly British, and Dutch Guyana. That's where my ancestors are from, and they told us that we were from the Bight of Bani, and which is now called the Bight of Biafra. So you guys add us to that list as well. And
Awesome.
I actually did my ancestry and on an ancestry.com, and I do have quite a few Igbo brothers and sisters on there that I match with. So that's awesome. But I've never set foot on the continent of Africa, but clearly that's where we're from.
Wow, Juliana, thank you so much for saying that. I didn't know that, so we have to add that to our list. we have a lot to go through, and I'm excited.
Excuse me, do you know that we eat a lot of the same foods, and we eat fufu, we use tomato, we pound it with the same stick and everything.
Wow.
And
No way.
Wow.
Seriously.
Oh, well, yeah, talking about Fulani.
This is amazing. We are going to add that definitely to our list. And thank you so much, Juliana. Thank you so much. Wow. This is amazing. Bianca, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I just actually put, because I was a part of the naming ceremony. It wasn't that same year, but the same organization is where I got my name from as well, which was actually this past February, Wachioma. And so I just put that in my PTR. But thank y'all so much.
Dalu, thank you. Wachioma, so we'll call you Wachioma today. This is amazing. I really love this room. I really appreciate everybody. This is just so beautiful. Oh, amazing.
Wait.
Okay. Yes.
She actually looked like Choma, like the, not the Choma, like, you get what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. This is awesome. Okay, we're gonna listen to the video, or the audio. Sorry, Hisba, you ready? Hisba, are you ready with the audio?
I think I am. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Wow, it was even covered by Jen. Namazi Dalukwa, see, my God. Mazi, you have done so well. Thank you so much. It was covered by Mazi Jen.
Akpụ m mmiri n'ọnụ mgbe m kwuburu onye nụrụ ihe m gwara gị mgbe m kwuru before.
Well, I think we've come to a portion of our program that is very, very exciting for so many people, some of which are descendants of our great-grandfathers, going all the way to where we were before slave traders and merchants began to bring our people from Africa to the United States. This program is very important because of so many things. I will leave the rest of the narration to some of our members, including the DSG for DNA Igbo African Descendants. Her name is Naja. She's a well-known person and has been here with Caesar for many, many years. She will be coordinating the naming ceremony along with other members of Caesar, including the chairman of our board of directors. So ladies and gentlemen, the naming ceremony time is here. Let's listen.
It's a pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Brittany Ngozi Osborne. She's a Jamaican African-American Igbo. She has a PhD in medical anthropology and joint masters in digital arts and sciences. She worked in the IT health space for several years as a researcher. She's an academic person, senior experienced researcher in Facebook now. Dr. Brittany Osborne's motto is I strive to walk in a way that pleases my Creator and bring honor to my ancestors. Welcome, Dr. Ngozi Brittany Osborne. Unmute her, please. Our great daughter.
Salut.
Okay.
Yes, greetings, everyone. I wanted to provide a brief history of the DNA Tested Africans organization and also to introduce our beloved chief. We are DNA Tested African Descendants, a component of the Imperial African History and Genetic Genealogical Society. This work began while our founder was in the military in 2000. We were founded in the United States in September of 2011. Requests to assist others in finding their ancestral origins grew exponentially, and as a result, we became a 501c3 nonprofit organization in September of 2017. Our founder, Chief Princess Naja Chinyere Njoku Ere, is a decorated 22-year retired U.S. Army veteran. She found her roots in real, living African-born family members in several African kingdoms. Many are Igbo. She coordinated DNA testing in various African kingdoms with the hopes of finding more family for others like her. She personally manages over 250 African DNA kits. She facilitates reconnections, naming ceremonies, rites of passage, language, and other educational classes for the age grades. She implemented age grade groups to assist with our shared reconnections to our roots. Her mission is to serve others and help them reconnect as she did. She believes that we all deserve a royal return to our source. Because of her hard work, as mentioned earlier, she was coordinated and received the title of Chief Anyanwu Ututu by His Majesty Chukwuemeka Eri of Eri Kingdom. He placed the crown on her head in Eri Kingdom in Igbo land in 2019. She is the first, not the second, not the third, but the first African American to become a chief in Eri Kingdom. Wow. She met several of her relatives in Igbo land and resided in the palace with the royals while there. She continues to shine her light so others can find their way back home. We pay honor and respect to our beloved chief, Princess Naja Chinyere Njoku Ere.
There were Ahambu Anyanwu Tutu. As I've said over the many years, I am Igbo. I'm happy to be here. I am happy to reconnect even more people. We have something great for you all today, for you to observe. All protocol having been established, to His Majesty, Chukwuemeka Eri, our king, the king who crowned me, to the royals, leaders and friends, I greet you. To my cousin from the Gullah Geechee Nation, Sufia Giza, thank you for coming here with me. I will never forget facilitating your naming in South Carolina. To all that have welcomed us, we thank you. From Clarendon, South Carolina to Clarendon, Jamaica, we found our way back to our Igbo roots. We're here today because there are Igbo descendants that desire affirmation of their ancestral names. We hold to the genetic and archaeological truth that all life originated in our motherland, Africa. And we are the original and ancient people, going back hundreds of thousands of years before any written word. Many were stolen and brought to the Americas as early as 1526. We humbly work diligently, privately, quietly, to reclaim what was stolen from us, to reclaim our beloved ancestry. All that are with me have worked together for months, learned beginners and intermediate Igbo language, some of which were taught by our very own Igbo language teacher, which is DNA tested Chinwe Onanuju of Owerri in Imo State. Some learned Igbo from our beloved Atlanta Igbo school instructor. This group with me today, they research various aspects of Igbo culture as a community. They received their age grade names and completed assignments required for this naming ceremony rite of passage. They worked very hard together. Today is their day. Let it be known that the ancestral names are given back to you as follows. DNA tested African's oracle, voice of thunder, the elephant. Come forward, let your presence be known. Charles Ray Long. Please unmute Charles Ray Long.
Okay, he can unmute himself.
My age grade is Ikejiani, which means the strength that holds the earth.
Great Anowu.
Yeah. His Igbo name is Ikechukwu Okorie, meaning God's power. You know, you see now they have last name. Okorie is the last name. Continue.
Dr. Brittany Osborne, the ambassador for Caribbean Affairs. Come forward. Let your presence be known.
Yeah, she's looking good. Her name is Ngozi, which she already had. Now we added the last name, Mbori, means blessing. Born in Orie Day.
Dr. Ngozi, tell them who you are.
My age grade is Ikejiani.
Nacelle Tucker, our amazing naming ceremony facilitator. Come forward. Let your presence be known.
Unmute yourself, Michelle.
My age grade is Ikejiani.
Her name, meaning of her Igbo name is Chiamaka Mbafo. God is beautiful, born on Afode.
Jerry Muhammad, my amazing naming ceremony facilitator. Come forward. Let your presence be known.
What's that? Jerry? How do you spell it? J-E-R? How do you spell it?
Jerri.
She just needs to answer. She just needs to answer.
No, just unmute because all of them are meeting. Unmute yourself now, Jerry.
Igbo name is Ifeoma Mbeke. Beautiful means you're beautiful. Born on Eke Day.
I will be receiving the name on behalf of our beloved Ikejiani sister, Dana Crossland.
Dana Crossland Akunaya is her first name. Her last name is Mbori. Born on Orie Day. Congratulations.
Davido Thurman, please come forward. Let your presence be known.
Unmute yourself. Davido.
Each will continue to count to 3, and then they will unmute and let their presence be known.
My age grade name is Ikejiani. Dalu.
Yeah, Dalu. I mean, you're a chance. Can I call back? Her name is Ogage.
How does it feel?
I feel so blessed to be here in the presence of all of the dignitaries of Your Majesty, of you, Chief Naja, all of the royals. I appreciate this opportunity, and I appreciate you all taking the time to reach back and gather your children. Dalu.
God's here, beloved. Akuna, how does it feel?
Great and a bit touching. I started in this not knowing who I am, and bearing the English version of my name, and now knowing that I have my traditional Igbo name is very humbling because it carries weight and it means a lot to me. I would like to thank you, Chief, for your hard work. I would like to thank His Majesty and everyone else for the efforts that you have given to bring us forward and give us our names. I thank you very much. Dalo.
Welcome. Lance. Noa Ebube. How does it feel?
First, I'd like to thank His Majesty, the elders and royals.
And guys, all of them are putting on the Igbo tradition and attire complete.
Naja, it feels amazing. I feel so blessed. I'm honored. I'm overwhelmed. I'm trying to work on my breathing so I don't embarrass anyone. The connection that I have now to my both my enslaved Africans from Igbo, I can say now enslaved Igbos from the continent. I'm just overwhelmed, and thank you so much. Dalu to everyone.
Yeah, God's here, brother. Yeah, God's here. LaDonna Golibe, how does it feel?
It feels incredible. Thank you so much to His Majesty, dignitaries, royals. Chief Naja, thank you so very much for providing a platform for us to reconnect to our ancestral roots. I feel amazing. I know this is just the beginning of the journey, and I'm so thankful. Thank you again.
Very welcome. No.
Yeah. Because our next program item is a goodwill message by Dr. Anthony Richards from the Barbados and Antigua community.
No. Is the Jamaican 212. Look at 212 on the program.
Hishba, I think you can stop now. The name ceremony has stopped at this moment. So you can basically go on. Whoever, I would encourage everyone who wants to watch this to the fullest. It was a 5 hours, 30 minutes sitting. But this particular part, I cut it into about an hour, just the naming ceremony. But the full video obviously is on YouTube for those who are interested in watching the whole proceedings. Thank you. Thank you.
This is just really wonderful. Do you know one thing that came to my mind as they were reading out the names is that in Nigeria, many people don't give their children or don't call or take pride in calling their children English names. I don't understand. And now here we see our brothers and sisters wanting to connect to their Igbo name or to have Igbo names, and it means a lot to them. So this just makes me think that, wow, we need to all begin to really take these things seriously and holding on to our culture and our tradition, because it's very important. That is how we connect to our ancestors, to our people, to our culture, to everything. So it's just amazing. Let's just take some more comments. Anybody wants to say anything, you can flash your mic. We can then take you further. Okay.
Queen, I just want to please, I beg the House's permission. I need to take my leave. I have to prepare for tomorrow. I have a very busy day tomorrow. So
yeah, that's fine. We're just about to round up, so we'll just take last words from people on stage, and then we'll continue with another room another time. So who else wants to?
My last word and disappear.
Okay, go ahead, Onye. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I think my last words. This room. There's a way it started. When I joined, I had this. I think we started. It was a response to today's events, but I'm very happy that the culmination of our time together is a beautiful one for me, and I'm very happy. I wish that every time I join Clubhouse, the end will always be like this, and I hope it will be. And I want to also encourage us, Igbos, both Igbos in the diaspora, Igbos in the homeland, everybody. We are one. Like I keep saying, nobody is more Igbo than the other. We all share the same heritage, and we should be proud of it. And I want to extend my appreciation to the likes of Queen Sheba, to Hisba, and to all other moderators on this forum. You've really done a wonderful job today, and this is the fruit. The testimonies we've had today is a beautiful one, and there's a lot of work to be done ahead. So let's not tire out. And I want to say thank you to everyone again. Thank you very much. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to, who was it? Chris? Chris, are you there? Chris, are you there? Okay, Chris has issues. Okay, flash your mic if you want to speak.
Sure, can I?
Yeah, go on, Nabori.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's been a wonderful. Like when you said, I remember how we started. We were a bit aggressive earlier in the day, but then things toned down a bit, and we were able to understand each other more. And I think it's important to categorically state, and we do hereby state that the unification of the Igbo nation is something that we must achieve. It is something that all of us must ensure that we achieve. It's very important to us. A lot has been done to us to be able to reduce our strength and to be able to reduce our visibility. But technology is helping us to bring ourselves together, and we must leverage on this. We must ensure that we do not rest on our oars. We must continue to push. I want to thank Queen Shiba for this. I also want to thank Ishba. Both of you have done a wonderful job, and so the other moderators too. Balogun, thank you for being here with us. Bonka too. Bonka is our brother that's always here with us. And to everybody, Bona, Brian, Bottled, Mazi, okay.
Fight for us, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, all of you. And we'll continue to do this hard work. Will continue. On Thursday, we'll host the room on Igbos in Kogi. And we'll continue to identify our brothers everywhere, and we'll ensure that we bring ourselves together. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Bori. All right, so who was next? Let me see your mic. Okay, Amaka. Amaka, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Queen, and Ishba, Mystique, Bonatink, Balogu, Bottled, Mazi himself, and Okafor. Everyone, Justice, my crazy brother Smokey, Ononti, Didi, Ja, Johnny, Aburi. You see, I think when I join rooms like this, I always like to pick out something at the end. And today, what I picked out is I had a conversation yesterday with a couple of individuals, and I was explaining to them the significance of language in culture and what describes you as a people. And that's what we just saw today. And people trying to align themselves with with where they feel they belong. And you could see the joy from their voices, hearing them talk. And it makes me wonder, have I kind of abandoned who am I to embrace something I'm not? Meanwhile, other people are searching for that thing that I've abandoned. So it gives me joy. These are the kind of things it awakens your consciousness to start to value the thing that you have abandoned, you know. And I think this should be a lesson for us. Some of us that have a glorified English name to please the glorified master. And I think we need the services of Okafor very well in this clubhouse, because there's some DNAs that are not complete, and it's going to help us to uncover them, especially those from the Fulani heritage. But thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. That was funny. Thank you. I absolutely agree with what he said. Just the part where he said there are some DNAs not complete. That made me, chuckle. All right, Onunti, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much. My Amibu, Kuishiba, the strong Hisba. This morning started very, very funny. I was about to go for a run, and then I saw a room with, of course, all those their catchy and useless clickbait titles. And then I got in, and I saw Somadina trying to give a rebuttal. And then came back after my run, and they were still there, and it's appalling, first of all, that we even have to go through all that. And then I also thank God that this room was even scheduled to have this room today anyway. So I want to thank everyone who is here and who has been here since. I've been here since 8 o'clock my time. It is 4 p.m. right now. So I say thank you to everybody. And also let us know that these guys will not stop. They will continue, in these antics. They have noticed that, once you put Igbo or IPOB or Biafra, people will rush there. So I want to indulge people, especially our brothers and sisters, specifically. Even if you have to speak, you can open your own room. You understand? Because when you get there, they are in control, and then they can gulag you, make mockery of you. You will not be able to deliver your points to them. So make your own room, make your submission, bring historical, bring empirical, bring different form of evidence. And as such, I'm very, very, delighted that we're able to counter all these narratives, you understand, with facts, with truths. And then I've been able to learn a lot. Once you're in the presence of Bonka, Marx, Think, in fact, everybody on this stage, once you're in their presence, you're definitely going to learn one thing or the other. So I say to you guys, well done. I'm very sure that the audience, is they're also picking up a lot. So many people might not necessarily say, but trust me, some of us receive back channel messages, and they're like, in fact, they're even asking us, how is this app still free? You understand? Because once they come here and then they listen, they pick up so many things. So you guys are doing a lot of work. Trust me, you might not see it, but be rest assured that it is getting to the right people. So thank you everyone who has been here this morning. Thank you to all the moderators. Thank you to Mazi Ezeoke for gracing us today. Yeah. God bless you all.
Thank you, Anunti. I just want to establish just a summary of where we got to. For those of you just joining, please follow the club. If you're not following the club, at Neoma Forum. And today we were talking about Igbos outside the Southeast. Before we came into this conversation, some people actually thought that Igbos are only in the Southeast, and we've been able to establish the Igbos in Delta states, Igbos in River states. We've talked about the circumstances there. We've also talked about the fact that we know we have Igbos in Edo states, we have Igbos in Benue and in Kogi state. So those of you that are not aware, on Thursday we are going to be exploring the history and the details about the Igbos in Kogi state. So please make sure you make it a date. It's very important. I really thank our people our brothers and sisters who have been able to trace their root back to Igbo land, have received their Igbo names. This means a lot. This means a lot to us, and I'm sure, as we have seen, it means a lot to them as well. So thank you so much. Let me see, Chioma, and Chineme for being with us. Let me take a few more people before we close. All right. So Justice, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It has been an amazing day here, listening to everybody and the beginning of this conversation and how it's going to end. My brother, Maz, thank you for being in our midst today. It has been amazing. And this brings me to where when people don't want to learn, and like me, who don't like to talk or shout or fight, people think that I know anything. I don't know nothing. And this place have actually made me to understand who I am and why I do the way I do. Because sometimes you can behave in such a manner and you go back in your privacy and you're asking yourself, why do you do these things like this? Why are you behaving like this? Without even knowing your history. And why am I saying that? You see the passion. You pursue your freedom. The passion. You try to defend who you are as an Igbo man. The passion. You try to survive in every situation you find yourself. You never give up. You always put that strength. Even at the die minute where every hope have lost, you are still gonna tell yourself, I'm gonna survive no matter what. I'm gonna make it. And at the end of the day, you look back and you find out that you don't know how you even get to where you are today. Most of us in diaspora, we come with different ways. But when you count your blessings, you now realize, when you hear this history, the resilience of an Igbo person, the resolute, the consistent, you now find out why you are who you are. And I think our best comes out when we face very serious challenges. And in this, our struggle for freedom, we can see the challenges we are facing. And you can see how democratic we are. Even at a very difficult time, people are sabotaging what we are doing. We still want to hear their part. Because I have been in a room where different people from different areas, you cannot even sit and talk. Everybody wants to go their way. But as Igbo person, how democratic and Republican we are still trying to hear the side of our enemy. And we still, in the midst of their oppression and everything, we are selling. And with what happened in this room today, make me to remember, people said, I will not say a word without saying about Mazen Nandekalo. I remember what he said one time in one of his brokers. He said, maybe Biafra or Igbo nation was not actualized because we are not able to put all our people together because they are everywhere. We are not able to recognize wherever they are. And that's why it didn't succeed. And this time around, it's going to succeed because everybody is coming home. Wherever in America, in Europe. That is why he took his time, walked almost 100 and something countries, uniting people, uniting Igbos wherever they are. And I think that is why, if you are in this struggle, it's time you realize that you are doing something that generation will remember you. In this struggle, you are doing something that is immortal. No matter, people have made money. How much do you think you're going to make? People have made over it. I see some of our people singing music. Are you going to sing more than Osadebe? Are you going to sing more than Victor Wi-Fi? Are you going to sing? What are you going to sing that have never been seen? What kind of money are you going to make? But what you're going to do that can put your name on a map is making sure that your people are free. There's no going back on it. So if you are considering giving up, if you are considering thinking that this is too much for me, tonight is a lesson. That is, wherever we are, we never give up. Imagine our sisters from America, like Bianca, like the other brother, they have to go. You know how many this thing he have to go to recognize and know where he comes from, to the point of coming to Africa. Even when people here will tell you it's risky coming down to Africa, but they take that risk and everything. That shows you the Igbo spirit. And I encourage every one of us, don't give up. Don't allow people to talk down on you or try to think what you are doing. What are you going to gain? Most of us have go through, make some money. Our children can go to good school, but we want to set our people free. That is the goal. And I want to encourage everybody. We can't give up at this time. It's just the beginning. Thank you very much.